Woods-Mullins, and I am the founder and creator of the Hope and Wellness brand. Welcome to the Hope and Wellness Virtual Retreat. I am so excited about the wonderful women that we have to share with you who have worked really hard to create messages and presentations that are going to pour into you. It's so important as women that we take the time to put ourselves number one on our priority list and begin to reboot, recharge, and re-energize our minds, our bodies, and our spirits. So sit back and relax and enjoy the Hope and Wellness Retreat.
My name is Allie Duzett. I'm an intuitive healer. A few years ago, I kind of woke up one day and could see like auras and chakras, and I had no idea what was going on. And I thought, am I crazy? But I'm like super religious, and I prayed about it. And my degrees in soil chemistry, I'm like looking up, studies and stuff. And anyway, I became satisfied that my work is both doctrinal and scientific. And so anyway, what I work with now is the unseen world and helping people heal the things that they can't see. And today what we're going to be working on is what I call broadcast signals, which are kind of the signs over our heads that tell other people how to interact with us and what to think about us. Everyone has plenty of them. We all have hundreds of them. And they tell everyone that we interact with what to think. So if you've ever thought, like, do I have a sign over my head? Do I have a sign over my head that says, ignore me, don't take me seriously? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes you actually do. And when you change that sign, it can change everything. So I asked if I could help start off this weekend with a bang, because I know as a mom, my kids are 9 and 6 and 4 and 2. And I'm always being interrupted and I never get alone time. And I thought what we all need to work on is our signals, our little mom signals that are saying, interrupt me, don't let me rest, always interrupt whatever thing I'm trying to do. And so that's what we're going to be working on real fast this morning, is clearing some of these signs that we have that are, interrupting our lives, inviting other people to interrupt us. So before we get started into the actual clearing of these signals, I wanted to mention that in preparation for this, when I had this idea, I thought, well, I guess that I should probably start by clearing my own signals. And as you can see, I am not currently being interrupted. Miraculously, my husband was able to pause his work and watch the kids for right now while I could teach this class, which is so unusual. But that's what happens when you change your broadcast signals. But as I was tuning into my own signals, what I saw was this huge amount of guilt and fear and shame about having uninterrupted time. And I had all these memories come up from my childhood of having these needs, or what I thought were needs. I'm so hungry, Mom, I just want macaroni and cheese right now. And my mom saying, I'm too busy, I can't, I'm working, don't talk to me, just let me work. And now I'm the mom, and now I have my job, and I'm trying to get the laundry done and cook the dinner and do my actual job and like raise my children. And they're always coming in and interrupting. And but what I found was I had all these signs that say interrupt me, and underneath them were all these emotions of, I have to be, like, interruptions are what make you a mom, and being there when your kids interrupt you is what makes you a good mom, and being interrupted is part of being a good person. And if somebody has a need, it's really important that they tell you about it right then and that you deal with it right then. And as I was thinking about this, I thought, I don't think these are all true. I don't think they have to be true. Like, they've been true in my perspective, but what if I lived a life where instead of saying, interrupt me every time you think of anything, instead I had a sign that said, interrupt me when it's something important that God would agree is also important to interrupt me over, what if I had a sign that said, allow me to complete my tasks without 10,000 interruptions? So this morning, that's what we're going to work on real quick. Okay, so these are the 5 broadcast signals when I kind of tuned into the energy of this group, the signals that came up as a group. So they may not all apply to you personally, but in total, everyone in this group should have at least one of these signals going on. They are interrupt me right now. Never let me finish a complete task all in one go. Don't let me rest. Prevent me from having alone time. And I need you to interrupt me. And with that one, I need you to interrupt me, there was kind of like a subtext of it, so I don't feel forgotten. You know, interrupt me so I know that I matter to you. Okay, let's get started, okay? Go ahead and take out your tapping fingers. These are my tapping fingers, and we're just gonna tap on our foreheads and take some deep breaths, okay? And we're gonna be tapping out our fear of ignoring valid needs, our feelings of that it's important to always be willing to be interrupted, that being interrupted makes us more important, that being interrupted makes us a better mom, that it makes us, that it validates our existence. Tapping that out. You don't have to say it out long, you can just tap along and listen to my soothing voice. We're tapping out our own irritation and guilt for being for not wanting to be interrupted, our irritation at being interrupted, and then our guilt at being interrupted. I couldn't be interrupted if I was already doing what I should have been doing, right? So go ahead and breathe it out. Breathe it out. Breathe it out. Okay. And now I'm seeing this in my mind to do this figure 8 motion with your finger and just think of inserting clarity on what is appropriate into your mind. So go ahead and close your eyes. You can draw that little figure 8. You can draw it on paper. You can draw it on your leg or whatever, but just draw that figure 8 and imagine we're inserting a bunch of clarity on what is accurate in this situation, in this set of beliefs. Okay, what do we actually need to keep here and what can we let go of? And I always like to put in according to God's divine perspective, because our perspectives are so limited. And the fact is sometimes interruptions are really important. If somebody's broken their leg, like, I hope that they interrupt you. My husband's mom always tells this story of this time my husband got hurt. He was like 2 years old, and he cut his leg on like a vent or something in the upstairs while his mom was teaching a piano lesson, and she heard him crying and screaming, and she just thought, oh, like kids scream, and so she let him scream for an hour before taking him to the hospital to get stitches, because she just thought, oh, that interruption doesn't matter. Like sometimes interruptions do matter. So how do we discern, which interruptions matter, which don't? Well, today we're going to insert into our own energy fields information from God's divine perspective so that our own energy fields can know this is important, this is not important. Adding a new layer of discernment in what is important, what is not important when it comes to our time and setting boundaries on our time. So go ahead and imagine a ray of sunshine coming down from the sun over your body. And imagine that this ray of sunshine contains information from the divine on how to discern what is important and what is not important for your time and for interruptions in particular. And just imagine that washing over you. And then imagine that kind of bursting forth from you so that you have this constant flow of knowledge and discernment on what is important, what is not important. And then as it comes through you, it's kind of being shared with everyone around you, so that all these little kids who don't necessarily know that their macaroni and cheese desires are not really a life or death emergency, they could wait for 10 minutes, they can also have this little burst of energetic information of, hey, maybe I could wait 10 minutes. Maybe this isn't quite as important as I think in this exact moment. So go ahead and just breathe that in. Okay. If you have a pen and paper, I have a tiny exercise that will involve pen and paper in just a minute. So you can grab some. You don't technically need it. You can do it in your mind, but it can be nice to, write it out. But okay, what we're going to do first is imagine our signs, okay? Imagine yourself with little road signs coming off the top of your head, okay? And these road signs are what's saying, interrupt me right now. Never let me finish a complete task in one go. Don't let me rest. Prevent me from having alone time. I need you to interrupt me so that I know that I matter to you. Okay, so see those signs in your mind, or just imagine. Many people don't see images like that in their mind, and that's okay. And I'll say, I don't even really feel like I see them in my mind, but I like imagine the concept. So imagine the concept of this. You can just think about the idea. That will still count. And now what we're gonna do is rip them apart, okay? So just rip those signs right off and chuck them out the door, okay? Get rid of those signs. And now we're going to put in some new signs, okay? So what you're gonna do is imagine a blank sign, and then as I read these signs to you, you're gonna imagine those words just being written on that sign, and you're gonna put that sign up, okay? If you choose to, and if you're not comfortable with that sign, then don't choose to. But if you want that sign, then choose to. Okay, sign number 1, you can close your eyes and imagine painting up this sign. Only interrupt me if it really is important according to God's definition of what is important at that time. Okay, breathe that in and imagine that sign going up. Okay, number 2, allow me to complete my tasks. Imagine that, writing it out. Allow me to complete my tasks, and put that on a sign. So people interact with your energy. You feel that they feel, oh, I'm supposed to allow her to do what she's doing. I love this. I'm getting something like a cannon blowing up the sign. Yeah, that's right. Blow that thing up. Okay, sign number 3. Honor the time I choose to rest. Okay, breathe that in, and just let's read it again. Honor the time I choose to rest. This is so important. I think as mothers, it's so easy to let our own rest fall to the wayside in favor of everybody else's thing, but that's why we're all here today. I loved what Lynnis said about how we have to put ourselves first, but it's really true. It's really true. We have to put ourselves first, because if we're falling apart, how can we help other people? And how can we help other people in the long term? Maybe we can get by running ragged for a little while, but in the long term, we have to prioritize ourselves. You put the oxygen mask on yourself first. Okay, number 4, sign number 4, alone time is good for all of us. It's good for me to have alone time. It's good for you to have alone time. It's good for my 2-year-old to have some alone time. Everyone needs a little bit of time alone. And so what if we all had it at the same time? We can all have alone time. So you just put that in. Alone time can be good. So when people are wanting to come interrupt you, they can get that little silent, energetic message of, I could have some alone time, and you could have some alone time. We can all have some alone time. So breathe that in. I love this comment. My new signs are in a pretty font. Yeah. Oh, I hope it's got kind of like a little cursive calligraphy action going on. That would be great. Yeah, just imagine it in your mind. It's a secret that the things that happen in our imagination are so much more real than we know. And for me, as an intuitive healer, that has been one of the greatest things that I've learned, is that some things we just imagine them, we can play pretend, but when we imagine with intention, it's a visualization, and visualization is so powerful. It can change up everything. I love this sign. Lori says, I'm putting up a sign that says, I love you even when I can't serve you. Yes. Oh my gosh, let's all put it in. I love you even when I can't serve you, okay? So when people want to come and they need your service, they can still say, I still feel loved. She needs a moment and I still feel loved. Yes. Oh, I love that so much. Yes, you can put in your own signs. You can do that. And yes, a question I get a lot is if certain signs are for certain people. And the answer is kind of like, duh, yes. Like, as we all know, anybody that's like married or has like parents or siblings, people that you deal with a lot, you can clearly see how your signals affect them. And so sometimes I get just really interesting stories from people who change their broadcast signals just to their husband. So instead of saying like disrespect me, it says respect me. And then all of a sudden their husband like totally changes his behavior. You know, you can change your messages to specific people and it can make a big, big difference. Oh, I love this. Carolyn says, I learned this from Allie and I changed my sign from rejection to acceptance and my business boomed. I have seen amazing breakthroughs with kids too. Yeah, kids love this. The idea of having signs above your head is something we all understand because we intuitively know that we have them. And so we think about this already. You know, we already have to sit there and say, do I have a sign on my head that says that people should treat me that way? I've heard people say that so many times over the years, well before I could actually see them. And the answer is yes, it's yes. And so it's so natural and intuitive. Kids get it. It's so great. Okay. Okay. This is what we're going to do now. We're going to tap. Take out your tapping fingers. And we're going to tap in some new beliefs. I do want you to say these out loud if you can. I give myself permission to have uninterrupted time. We're going to say it 2 more times. I give myself permission to have uninterrupted time. I give myself permission to have uninterrupted time. I choose to have uninterrupted time. I choose to have uninterrupted time. I choose to have uninterrupted time. I give myself permission to relax and to trust that all is in God's hands. I give myself permission to relax and trust that all is in God's hands. I give myself permission to relax and trust that all is in God's hands. I choose into relaxation, honoring rest, and uninterrupted time today. I choose into relaxation, honoring rest, and uninterrupted time today. Okay, go ahead and take a deep breath. And another one. I always say, I want to hear your breath. None of this pansy breathing. Breathe it out. Super loud, okay? The secret is that your lungs create neuropeptides that actually break apart the molecules of emotion in your body. So when you have these old patterns, it's important to recognize that they're energetic, but they're also molecular. They do have, you know, a neural pathway in your brain that's made up of atoms and chemicals and molecules, and we are breaking them up literally, and we need to exhale them out using our lungs. So use your powerful breaths, not your wimpy breaths, okay? Breathe it all out. We can choose into relaxation and rest today. And if you are feeling emotions come up as you tap on these things and talk about these things, what that means is that you have more emotional stuff to do and to work with on this issue. And so one thing that I would recommend is journaling about it and just write and write about it as much as you can. And that can be really helpful to you in both consciously understanding and also helping your subconscious mind let go of whatever blocks you have against accepting uninterrupted time. Kelsey asks, can we change our kids' signs that they have towards one another, like two that always fight? Yes, you can. And now that you mentioned it, I should do that for my own kids. I just have never bothered to, but yes, you could do that. And I think you should. And then I think you should tell me how it goes because I want to hear about it. That is such an excellent thing. Yeah, when it comes to working on other people, I mean, obviously you should do it with permission, or like if they're your child that you are legally the guardian of. I don't believe in working on people without their permission or without their knowledge. So those are part of my ethical guidelines. But yeah, you could change your kids' broadcast signals, particularly if they're like little kids. Once they get older, I feel like it's more important to involve, you know, their conscious minds and honor their agency and everything. But when they're teeny weenies, yeah, I feel like that's appropriate for a mom to do. Okay. Okay, here's our exercise with the pen and paper, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. Take out your pen and I want you to draw a box, okay? Box. Um, and now we're going to write in this box, okay? Let me tell you what we're gonna write. We're gonna write, I am allowed to have time for myself, okay? So right now, what you are doing is literally putting a boundary around the concept of your time, okay? So this is a boundary exercise, even though it's also like a writing exercise. And now on the outside, you're gonna write the different things that are not going to bug you anymore. So the first one I wrote up here is unnecessary distractions. It's outside of my box, okay? And now I will write whining, you know? And what other things do I have going on? Requests that can wait. So you can just take a minute and write things outside the boundary that you don't want to infringe on that boundary anymore. I am allowed to have time for myself. So what is it that prevents you from having time for yourself that you're ready to let go of? Write those things outside the boundary. So one thing coming to mind is like, if you have a dog that's always whining to like go outside or something, you could write dog issues on the outside. I don't know. But this is a way that you can signal to your subconscious mind that you're setting a new boundary. And a lot of times when we just make the choice and be clear about it, our subconscious minds really honor that. Okay. I got a question. What about women who don't have children but who have problems with focus and I'm assuming brain fog? Many of those attending have children who are grown. Let's see. Those are not always broadcast signal issues, which is what I kind of wanted to focus on today. But you can definitely clear your focus issues and your brain fog pretty quickly. So my favorite technique is called the scribble technique. And if you go on YouTube and search Allie, Duzett, scribble, it will come up. It's the first thing on YouTube for Allie, Duzett, scribble. And what you do is you can imagine all of that brain fog gathering up into one big cloud of brain fog, okay? And then you're gonna smash it with a hammer into a little tiny powder of brain fog. And then you're gonna imagine all of that brain fog going down into your arm, into your hand, and into a writing utensil, okay? And then on a blank piece of paper, you would write brain fog, okay? And I like to put on a time boundary because for a lot of people, the brain fog is like, it's not gonna clear in 10 minutes, let's just say that. But so then I would write 5 minutes, and then I would set a 5-minute timer. And then I don't know if you can hear that, but then you just let your hand have at it. And so you just go crazy and scribble, and you will see for yourself how your hand kind of takes on energy of its own. And so Allie, the other Allie, excellent name, she just posted the link to that YouTube video in the chat, so you can go and look for it for yourself, bookmark it or something. But then you can scribble that out, and you know that you're done. If you set a time boundary on it, then usually your body will honor that within the time boundary. And you know you're done because your body will spontaneously make an empty horizontal zero. To me, that's the shape of an empty chakra. Okay, so you just scribble out all this stuff, and then at the end, that tells you that you're done. And when you try and scribble something else, your hand will naturally start creating that empty circle again. And then you can just go and retest it down there. So that's how I clear stuff like that. Carolyn says, it really works to release lifelong emotions. That's so true. It can work on anything. I did write a book about that. I don't know if that's okay to mention here, but it's on Amazon, and it's called The Scribbling Solution. And it's about how you can use scribbling to release excess weight and like ancestral trauma. And laryngitis and back pain and like everything weird. But the secret is that all energy, all emotion is energy, and energy, as we know from physics and Einstein, like we take energy and we transmute it into motion. Okay, so you burn fat by moving, and that's how you metabolize anything. So if you think of your emotions as chemical molecular structures inside your body, to get rid of them, we just have to metabolize them. And this is one reason why weight loss can be such an emotionally charged journey. You start losing this weight and all these emotions come up, and it's because you're not just burning fat, it's because you are burning the literal chemicals of your gross, gunky emotions that have been stored in that fat. And so it's the same thing with scribbling. We take these energies and these chemicals and we scribble them out, and we're converting this energy into motion and getting it out on the paper. And so you can see for yourself how when you scribble it out, the sheet of paper will feel so nasty. I take them to the outside trash because I don't even want them in my house. It is disgusting. But you will see for yourself as you give this a try that you can seriously transmute your physical pain, your emotional pain, your brain fog, like relationship issues even. The first time I tried using this at all was when a client she was living with her father-in-law, and he was really creepy and kind of had like creepy pedo vibes, and he would like follow his grandchildren around the house, and it made her really uncomfortable. And when she hired me for a session on it, and when I tuned into the energy of the situation, because I can't work on him, he didn't hire me, but I thought I'll just look at the energy of this house and like what's going on. And I saw this just gunk energy, and I envisioned myself scribbling it out, and I tried it until I got to that 0 shape. And the father-in-law, the grandpa, started locking himself in his bedroom, and he just wouldn't come out. Like that day, he just stopped bugging them, and that was the end of that. And so you can scribble on the energies of like weird situations even, and like my weird relationship with my sibling, my weird relationship at work, my job. I scribbled when I hated my last house so much, and we had no plans to move. And so I said, I'm going to scribble every day on moving. And I started on a Sunday, and in 10 days we were under contract for a new house. We had no plans to move, and suddenly we were like, we bought a house in 10 days. So it can shift things for you really fast. And I didn't even mean to go on that tangent, but that's also a really good tool. So anyway, I think my time is about up, but let me tune into the energy of the group really fast. Okay, I'm getting not everybody's broadcast signals successfully cleared. But now you know what to do. I'm going to assign you, if you feel like your broadcast signals did not clear all the way, please try scribbling on your blocks to having uninterrupted time. And you can write my blocks to uninterrupted time at the top of your paper and scribble it out. And we'll just preset it right now that as soon as your blocks are cleared to that, we'll auto set the appropriate broadcast signals for your energy field according to your and God's divine perspective on what would be the ideal for you. So that will just auto install if you choose whenever you're ready and those blocks are clear. And that's it for today. Thank you so much for having me. This is a joy and a delight. So thank you so much, Lynnis.
Hi there. Welcome to the Women's Spa Virtual Retreat. I hope that you all have had an incredible time so far. I hope that you have been encouraged, and I hope that you have learned some tips on how to relax the body, how to have great health,
And I hope that you've been enjoying this. Maybe you're with a couple of girlfriends, or maybe you've created a beautiful spa environment for yourself. I hope that you have. But I also hope that you have a pen and paper available, and that you're going to be able to take some notes as well. So I'm Linda Brown, and I am a holistic wellness coach and nutritionist. And I had a Pilates studio for many, many years. And I own the business Completely Fit for Life. And I've owned that business, I don't know, 30 plus years. And in that business, what we do is nutrition analysis, frequency analysis. We find out what's going on in your body, where your body might be a little stagnant, and what blocks that you might have that keep you from weight loss and other things that you're trying to succeed in with regard to your health. And I teach mat Pilates online. I also have a business called Temple Tough, which if you go to my website, Completely Fit for Life, you will find all of the services there. So I hope you take the time to go and browse and see what I have to offer. And I hope you connect with me. I really hope that. Okay, so I really wanted to start off today. I'm going to be glancing over at my notes now and then, but I'm going to be coming right back and hopefully having some good eye contact with you, even though I can't see you. I wish we were in person, but so forgive me for reading my notes. I just wanted to start off with a prayer. And wherever you are and whatever you're doing, if we could just pause for a second. And I just wanted to pray. I wanted to pray over you that today you would be a receiver. Women are such givers. And if men are listening, I know men give a lot too. So I hope y'all can be in a receiving mode. And I hope that you are able to receive the goodness of God and all that God has for you. And I pray that you'll have rest and that you'll have peace. And I'm asking God to move powerfully in your life, to bless you, to give you wisdom, how to move in your health and how to move in your wellness. I pray that things will land on you. There will be an impartation of who God is, of his purity, of the possibilities and the abundance that is there for us, and especially the wisdom. Especially now in light of all that's going on in our world. So I just pray that you can be a great receiver today. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jesus. Today, I am going to talk on harmony, health, and frequency, and what it looks like to take your wellness to the next level. Energy, vibration, and frequency are all a part of our being. Energy is in everything. Energy is in a park bench. Energy is in the bamboo shades behind me. Energy is in you, it's in me, it's in plants. It's really, energy is everywhere because everything has a slight energetic value to it, okay? And then vibration, just to give you a little background, vibration is kind of that vibration, that whether it's slow or whether it's fast, that vibration is what's moving the energy. And sometimes the vibration can be slow and sometimes it can be fast. And it's all connected in with frequency, which is, if you will, an electrical voltage, okay? It's kind of this electromagnetic pulsating frequency that goes through the body and helps with the vibration and helps with the energy that is there. So we could maybe be running on a low frequency, which means that things are not going to be flowing real well in our body. So maybe you have a sluggish metabolism, or maybe you have irritable bowel, or maybe you have gut issues, or whatever it might be. And that might be because your frequency is low. So the vibration is not working well, your rhythm is not working well, and the energy is not being moved. And energy was meant to be moved, okay? That's just how we're created. So we are created in an incredible way. And I wanted to talk a little bit more in detail about that, okay? We are learning more and more on how to increase health in our body. We're learning how to increase health with our emotions and our mindset and our spiritual being, which activates our immune system, by the way. This is why I named my business Completely Fit for Life. It's the number 4 for the emotional connection, the mind connection, the spiritual connection, which all lands in the physical, okay, or the physical connection. And it's really important to engage the whole body for total health. I believe now is the time to teach people, to reach people, to educate them, to restore and rebuild their health. This is my job, and it certainly is my passion. And I love being an encourager to those I meet and to help my clients become aware of how to attain their best health ever. That is my goal. And of course, they participate and partner with me in that. I wanted to start off by sharing just a few personal little stories that are relevant to harmony, health, and frequency. One of them is kind of silly. It's when I was a little girl, and I had this little silly cooking set, you know, like little pie tins and that sort of thing. And I loved going outside and filling those little tins up with dirt and then putting water in it. I loved the smell of wet dirt. It was so intriguing to me, and I loved it so much that I really wanted to eat it. And I did try a couple of times, but it wasn't all that great to ingest. But there was a reason that I loved baking those little dirt mud pies. They would just bake in the sun. I loved the smell. It really did made me feel really happy. Isn't that strange? But now I know why that is. My body was actually giving me a signal, but I was so little, I had no idea about any of that. So what's so interesting is the smell. I wasn't a very healthy little girl, okay? My health definitely struggled. For various reasons. I was deficient in iron, I was deficient in zinc, and I was deficient in calcium. And these deficiencies definitely showed up in my body, causing me to have nosebleeds every day, and my hair struggled to grow. You know how new hair growth kind of comes in at the base here? I had no new hair growth. That was not happening. And then each morning I would wake up with my eyes kind of glued shut, and there was like this kind of a crusty discharge that would come out of my eyes, but my eyes would actually be shut. My mom would actually have to use a solution to get my eyes to even open up. So it was a little over the top. Eventually, I grew out of all this as I became healthier. But my point in telling you the story is that our bodies definitely tell a story. And so you want to pay attention to what your body is saying. Like even now, just pause for a moment and think about it. What does your body do that you like or don't like? What's happening in your body right now? Just think about that for a minute. I know that my body, with all those deficiencies as a little girl, it was because of my environment, it was because of my eating habits, my emotional interactions, and my relationships. As a little girl, this all affected my health. My energy, my vibration, and my frequency were low. My body was stagnant, and the flow of fluid and energy and toxins were slow. So my body wasn't releasing things quickly. It was creating an atmosphere of compromised health. And I know now how to reverse the damage of this, and I know how to help the body restore and rebuild. And that's what I do with my clients. Health is a peculiar thing. As a nutritionist, I see a lot of people, and each person can have a different reaction to food, nutrient absorption, weight gain, weight loss, sleep, anxiety, energy, and disease. And there are definitely reasons for this. I've been in the health industry for over 40 years, and my education allows me to work with people on an emotional level and a physical level and a spiritual level. And then I also address mindset. And I want to look at how people choose thoughts and what's happening there. Because as we choose thoughts and we have thousands of thoughts that come into our head every day. And as we choose them, they actually can create a chemical drip. That's how we are. We are physiological. So there's a chemical drip that happens in our body with those thoughts that come in, especially when we begin entertaining them. So we have to be very careful about which thoughts we choose to entertain, because that can put an overload on the body. The chemical reaction that's happening, the body tries to always gain harmony, always trying to gain pH, proper pH. In our system. So keep that in mind, okay? So I have to say, just with my education and my background, I understand how trauma, a poor diet, anxiety, insecurities, etc., can show up on our physical bodies and weaken our immune system. I've been teaching on this for years, and I have seen firsthand that when we shift a person's emotions, I've seen it with myself, if I shift my emotions and mindset, and I bring an awareness to the spiritual body, that the physical body actually can get better. I love working with people on a whole level. So we're not just putting a Band-Aid on an issue at hand, but we're actually diving for the root of the problem. Because if you put a Band-Aid on it, it just is going to come back, right? And I'm sure you've all experienced that with dieting, yo-yo dieting, whatever it might be, weight loss, weight gain, things can come back. So it's really best to get to the root of what's going on, okay? I also think that you and I have seen people, we're around people, and so we can really tell what might be going on with them. We don't even have to talk to them or know their story. Like, for instance, myself, I've been through breast cancer. I've been through some crazy emotional traumas in my life. And especially when I went through breast cancer, that created a lot of fear in me. So I had to get to the root of what was going on in my body. That was creating an atmosphere for disease to even, exist. And there's so many things that we can do. I have to share this story. When I went through breast cancer, I really did have a lot of fear. And a lot of things were going on. I had some really traumatic things happen, and then thus I became sick. And I was pretty healthy. I was still eating, pretty pure, but my emotional body was not in a good space. And so here we have disease. And I was doing all the right things, and I was really, trying to get a hold of and get to the root of what was going on. But I went to this amazing place. And when I went to this amazing place, it was up in Redding at this church called Bethel. And they did all kinds of healings there and that sort of thing. Well, the pastor that was standing up on the stage, he called for a healing for cancer. So all these people stood up in the church. I mean, there were a lot of people, and they stood up. I'm not kidding you. There was probably at least 100 people that stood up that were either going through it or had gone through it. And there was a girl next to me who had overcome it. And and the pastor said, hey, just grab, who's ever next to you. If you see their hand up and they need prayer, just lay your hands on them. Well, she put her hand on me on the right side, which is where I actually went through the breast cancer. And she prayed this prayer that was just beautiful. It was authoritative and strong. And I actually felt a jolt go through my body. And it was really awesome. It made me cry. It was just incredible. And I was so thankful and so grateful. I knew there was a shift at that time. And then I also knew that I really wanted to hold on to that healing, that beautiful, supernatural, amazing healing that was happening in my body. And so that really started me moving forward in learning more about how to continue to take care of my emotional health, which I knew was the culprit behind what I was going through. So that's a little side story, little personal story that I really felt like I should share with you. So when we get to the foundation, and our foundation is super important. When we get to the root and we're actually tapping on the foundation, we want to make sure that we're actually coming from a strong foundation built on truth, not a survival foundation on things that have happened to us or the trauma that's happened to us or the things that have landed on us. We actually want to get to a new foundation and recreate, if you will, a strong foundation. And we certainly can do that. You can do that. I certainly did it. And it does create an atmosphere for health to thrive. So this also gives an opportunity for us to dwell on facts about nutrition. Okay, so facts on how our cells operate, what does science say about our body, and last but not least, seemingly the most helpful to me when I look at an individual, or I look at myself, is what God says about me, what God says about them, how we were created, and what makes us tick. How do you really hold on to abundant health and abundant, vibrant energy? And then how do we encourage that in each other? So the Bible says that we are God's masterpiece and that our bodies are a temple for His Holy Spirit to dwell. So that kind of means that our body is important to take care of. Each of us carries a beautiful gift, a spiritual gift, if you will. Not just a talent. I know you all have talents, but this is a gift. And this gift actually comes from God, our Creator. And it's actually inlaid in our DNA. And when we get off track through maybe abuse or trauma or ill health or whatever the derailing is, our cells become weak. They lack luster, they lack energy, and the frequency of our cells goes down, creating the potential for ill health. It's an incredible wake-up call for most people when they look at their bodies and their health on a whole picture level. They really look at who they are. It just makes sense to address a person's health from a holistic approach. This encourages old habits to die and new habits to form. So I also, think that I had another incident happen with regard to health and trying to understand frequency that kind of opened up my eyes. I've been in the health industry for a very long time, so this happened maybe 10 years into my career, where I had an excruciating pain in my left shoulder blade. It would never go away. It had been there for a long time. And I had a massage therapist try a technique on me where she just put her elbow into the pain. That was not fun, let me tell you. But as she did, she just kept telling me to breathe because it was extremely painful. And she kept saying, breathe, breathe, breathe. And so I was breathing, and then the breathing turned into crying and releasing. And so many tears came out of me. And with tears, I had all these memories that were just like a movie, just going boom, 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 right through my brain. And that really woke me up to understanding what the body does and how the body operates. And I really wanted to learn a lot more about that. So I've taken the time to get educated on that. And I really have a passion about it. I think it's incredible. So how about you? Where are you with your health? And during this time of shutdowns and quarantine, how have you been doing? I want to engage with you for just a moment. So grab a pen and a paper and write down your answers to these questions, okay? On a scale from 1 to 10, how much joy do you feel right now and on a daily basis? And joy, don't confuse joy with happiness. Joy is a pretty good feeling that everything's going to be okay and you're content. You can actually carry joy in the midst of crisis. Okay, so scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. All right, write that down. And then on a scale from 1 to 10, how much fear do you feel each day? Once again, 10 being the highest. So just write that down. And then on a scale of 1 to 10, how much hope do you feel? And remember, hope is in things that you don't see, okay? Because if you saw it, you wouldn't need to be hopeful about it because it's right there in front of you. So how much hope do you carry in things that are not seen, that unseen realm? of things are going to be okay, or you are hopeful about something, hopeful about our world, or hopeful about your health, hopeful about your well-being or your family. Okay. And then a few fun questions for you. Do you dance? Do you sing? Do you worship God? Do you choose your words before you speak? Do you have a support system to help you stay on track with a positive narrative about who you are? And do you take the time to help other people? I mean, do you go out of your way to do that? Every one of those things that I just mentioned, those fun questions, even the other three, all of them will encourage frequency in your body. So whether the frequency is high or whether the frequency is low. So when you're dancing, you're creating frequency in the body. When you sing, especially when you're happy in worship or singing songs that you love, you definitely are increasing your frequency. Okay, so what does that mean? You know, what does it mean increasing our frequency? Well, I'm going to go into a couple of little maybe scientific kind of ideas here. We end up with a reduced cell membrane voltage whenever we hold on to, let's say, anger, because anger is a low frequency. Maybe a depression, anxiety, all of those things, those are low frequencies. So when you're holding on to it, there's not very much voltage going through your body. Therefore, you end up with stagnant energy in your body. Okay, so that's something to pay attention to. We have a healthy cell has a value of about 70 millivolts. That may mean something to you or not, depending on what you know about voltage. But a lower voltage than 70 can lead to a disturbed cell metabolism and can result in health problems. Bacteria, viruses, and disease each have their own low frequency too. So if you get sick, your frequency drops. And it's very compromising to the immune system because the body has to work overtime, okay? So it's very important for us to prepare and strengthen our immune system and to understand frequency. To keep it simple, we do have technology that can test frequency, and everything has frequency. Remember, I said even a park bench. The earth has an electromagnetic field around it as well, which protects all living things with a natural frequency. It's a rhythm, it's a harmony that keeps life going, and science has proven this. They haven't actually proven where that energy comes from, but my guess is that it comes from God, because in the Bible, in Colossians 1, it says that in God, in Him, all things are held together. Okay, so it's really important to pay attention once again to how we're made and how can we activate that frequency. Okay, so what's the big deal about frequency, and how can this knowledge help us with our health? I think you're starting to get the idea. Frequency is in the tone of our voice. You can hear it. You know, if somebody's yelling at you or has a high-pitched voice or whatever, okay, there's frequency in the tone of our voice. There's also a frequency that happens when we speak and the emotions that we emit. For instance, joy carries, remember I said joy carries a really high frequency and anger carries a low frequency, but we have an energy field that's around our body. That's another scientific fact. So we really want to take care of that energy field. And I'm not going to get into that a lot today, but you certainly can email me and we can do some frequency testing and analysis on you and see where you're at. The right frequency can actually kill a virus and help strengthen our immune system. If you can bring a cell back to a healthy voltage range, you can help your body get its strength back. A cell is the smallest building block in every organ of our body. You have 70 trillion cells in your body. The number of cells in your body is 4,000 times larger than the world population. I mean, come on, that's wow. That's just wow right there. You might want to write that down. Healthy cells make healthy organs, and healthy organs make a strong body and a strong immune system. And I'm going to share something with you on my screen share right now. I just kind of want you to look at just a few things that actually can help with our frequency. Okay, so I'm going to get this up for you real quick. Forgive me for not having it all set and ready to go. All righty. So let's share that screen. Okay, so I'm hoping that you can actually see this, okay? Right here, it says good vibes only, so vibration and frequency and energy. Right here, we have a picture of a girl leaping from one mountain to another, and I hope you experience that in your life for sure. And then here we have a guy in the refrigerator, and all there is in the refrigerator is greens. So pure eating and exercise are super important to elevating your frequency. And then here we have some exercise. And then we have the program that I was talking about, Temple Tough, which engages emotions, mindset. It also engages spirituality. And there is, I have a lot of affiliates that are kingdom-minded that I send people out to with regard to cooking pure and running some tests. It's an incredible community, an incredible support system. And then of course, organic is really good, carries a higher frequency, no matter what you're eating. And there's apps that you can put on your phone when you go into the grocery store to test those things. Connect with me, email me, go onto my website, and I can share those things with you. And then also if you are having a spa day. Okay, so having a spa day, even if it's virtual, can actually increase your frequency. So I just wanted you to be aware of that as we're moving forward here. All those things actually help elevate your frequency, which have a powerful positive impact on your health. So what else can raise our frequency besides eating pure and exercising? Well, speaking with grace, being kind, seeking counsel when you need it, rather than just staying stuck, but going and getting unstuck, okay? Don't do your life alone, okay? Journaling truthfully, seeing what comes up. Take the time to get quiet with yourself and see how you're doing. Ask yourself questions. It's super important and it's very valuable. Use essential oils. Essential oils are amazing. Color is amazing. Use vibrant colors to just see how you respond to them. I know some of you know that there are certain colors that you really relate to. And the essential oils, of course, I say Young Living. Definitely use Young Living essential oils. They are very pure, but they can actually shift your frequency and elevate your frequency. Possibly you have a diffuser in your home and you can use that too. Get rid of unhealthy emotions and love. Love is a very, very powerful emotion. It's a very powerful thing to choose to love, even if the emotion is not necessarily there, but choosing to love raises your frequency. And also talking to God. When you pray, scientists have proven that it elevates frequency. When people are in hospitals and they're sick, when they are praying or when they have people come in and pray for them, just like what happened to me, it elevates frequency. And also know what God says about you. Build intimacy with God. Build intimacy with people around you. That elevates your frequency as well. All of these things have been proven to elevate frequency and strengthen your immune system. And there are devices that can assist you in raising that frequency. So please contact me for more information about that, because that's what I do in my office in Auburn. And I would love to share more with you. I have a device that's called Healy. You can look that up, H-E-A-L-Y. It is a medical device that's been cleared by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. It has non-medical applications that use individualized frequencies to help balance the mind and the body and relieve stress. So I would love to share more about that with you. So understand this. Your value is amazing. What you carry, nobody else carries. Remember, nobody has your fingerprint. Everything you do, everything you eat, your thoughts, your actions, your emotions, they all affect your health. And you're an incredible being. So gain your best health ever. Take notes, address everything, your emotions, your mindset, your spirituality, and look at your physical being. What is it saying to you? Because pure eating and exercise is only part of the equation. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. We have no idea how incredible our bodies are, and we are learning more and more on how to restore, repair, and rebuild the damage we have done to our health. The more we learn, the more we can address obesity, ill health, cancer, strange viruses, and so much more. In Romans 8 in the Bible, it says that the entire universe is standing on tiptoe, yearning to see the unveiling of God's glorious sons and daughters. So that's you and that's me. And I'm really excited for you to learn more about your own health. I hope you connect with me. Go to my website for sure and connect with me. And I just want to pray that God will create in you a pure heart and will renew your spirit, a right spirit within you. We have access to his purity. And in him, all things were created, everything in the heavens and in the earth. That is such a strong belief. And a strong belief in identity is very powerful for your health. Everything that we see that's visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through God and for God. So I hope that you learned something from this talk that I just shared with you. And I hope that you do have your best health ever. And thank you for listening. And I hope to meet you either whether I do it virtually on Zoom or you actually stop in my office in Auburn. All right. God bless. Take care of you.
Have you been feeling a divine nudge to stop hiding and finally show up and let God show through you? Welcome to Prosper TV, the state-of-the-art television program that is a place to grow spiritually, financially, relationally, physically, in other words, in all things. It's a place for you to share your God-given gifts and experience and knowledge with the world. It's a place for you to be seen as an expert that people want to know about and work with. It's a place to showcase your business across all social media platforms. Are you feeling that divine nudge and ready to show up? Learn more today at brendabyers.com.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I am a licensed esthetician. I am the owner of Beauty Girl Aesthetics, and I have been helping women with their skin for over 10 years. The best options to use at home. I help women in my spa with facial professional treatments. We help pigmentation, anti-aging. I do microderm, I do peels, and just overall relaxing and de-stressing in all of my facials with a variety of different massage techniques. I'm really happy to be here today and share some tips about home facial care, things you can do to rejuvenate at home while we're unable to come out and have the ease of somebody else pampering us. It's a really important step in self-care. The touch that happens between people can just bring your stress level down. If you walk in feeling like you're a 7 because it's been a horrible day, a 30-minute facial can bring you down to a 3. It's amazing what the power of touch has. So I want to share some tips and some pro tidbits, things that you can do, like I said, to help your skin while you're home taking care of it. So let's start out with booking yourself an appointment. Look at your calendar. The minimum amount of time you really need to mark off for yourself is about 20 minutes. You can book out a full hour if you like. I mean, I would say we all deserve it. So book what you can, but make sure you make it an appointment that cannot be rescheduled and cannot be canceled, because you deserve time for you. Once you have your appointment booked, the other option that you need to take care of is, well, what am I going to use? I'm at home. Well, you can use a lot of what you have, but I recommend kind of taking a look through and, seeing, do I have 3 different cleansers in my cabinet and I'm just using the one? Pull out one that you don't always use. The change in products can give your skin a little bit of a boost. It's kind of like, oh, what is this? I really like this. You can have more of a glow. So you will want to have a cleanser, an exfoliant, a mask, and then, I call them the finishing wows, your eye cream, your serums, your moisturizers for nighttime. So once you have these products and you've kind of pulled them together so you'll be ready for your appointment, just go and grab 2 washcloths and a hand towel and kind of set it together so that you'll be ready. The day of your personal appointment with yourself, go ahead and, set the stage. Find the spot in your house. This is my office. This is my spa room, and I really enjoy coming in to relax. It gets me away from the family, but I don't have a sink in here, so I kind of have to go back and forth, and that's okay. I start in my bathroom, and that's where you might start too. You're going to cleanse your face with your cleanser. When you cleanse, make sure you are moving your hands on your skin, not in a firm pressure, but in a light circular motion upward. You always want to go upward. Include your neck and your décolleté, because these are the areas, if you're not also working on, will age faster than this. So if we can keep all of this looking the same, it's going to make us feel great. It's going to make us feel definitely like we're all aging equally. Once you have your area kind of designated and picked out, set some candles in there that you can light. Do you have a diffuser? Get that ready. Put in some essential oils. Of course, lavender and eucalyptus are great spa choices. They're very relaxing. You can also use those in a minute for your towels, and I will tell you how to do that. Once you have everything together, it's kind of time to get started. So I like to use warm towels in my treatments. You certainly can use your washcloths at the sink, and you can just get them wet under hot water. You'll use them to remove your cleanser. You'll use the other one to remove your exfoliant. So the hand towel, though, I definitely recommend that you get that warm. So you can get it wet. Well, first we can get it wet. You can fill a bowl with some water, put a few drops of essential oils in it if you have them. Wring out your towel. You don't want it to be dripping wet. Put it in a clean bowl. You can use the microwave to heat it up when you get to removing your mask. It takes about 45 seconds. You don't want it to be so hot that you burn your face, but we like it to be warm and steamy. So I usually start out at about 30 seconds, and then I can add 10-second increments as necessary. So the other option, if you have a clean crock pot, you can put all 3 of the wet towels in the crock pot on low about 20 minutes before you're going to start, and then you'll have them. Yes, the crock pot gets very warm, so that's why I do low, but it will still be hot. So just kind of use your fingertips, or if you have tongs to pull them out, you can kind of gauge the temperature. Pardon me. Okay, so it's your time now. You have everything set up. The candles are lit. You've cleansed your face. Now you are going to exfoliate. The biggest reason we exfoliate is because we are helping to get all those dead skin cells off of our face. When they come off, our products that we're going to use after can penetrate better. They can hydrate our skin better. They can work on pigmentation by going deeper in the skin and stopping the brown spots, lightening the brown spots, and then adding that hydration. It's what gives us our best glow. There are physical exfoliants, chemical exfoliants. When you use a washcloth, you're actually doing a little bit of exfoliation. So whatever you do on a daily basis, you want to bump it up. So if you just use your hands to wash your face, add a washcloth during this cleanse. Okay. If you use a exfoliant that has little beads in it, perhaps you want to try more of a chemical exfoliant, something with glycolic acid or mandelic acid, lactic acid. Salicylic is fabulous for exfoliation also. Those can also be ingredients that you might find in your cleansers. The difference with this exfoliation step is it's going to be something that you're probably going to leave on 3 to 7 minutes. The only exfoliant I do not recommend is one with ground nut shells. Those actually cause little tears in the skin, and they can lead to sensitivities down the line, meaning when you maybe apply a product that has an active ingredient, you'll feel a little tingling, a little sensation, and that is to let you know, like, hey, there's a little owie here. These little micro tears are caused from the rough edges of the shells, whereas the items that have the jojoba beads, they're round, they're smooth, but they're still working on exfoliating. Once that step is done, you are going to apply your mask. Again, I like to apply in upward motions and across the forehead, getting my neck. And I also like to use this tool. It's a fan brush. You have one in your makeup kit if you own a brush set. You can also get them. This one specifically, I got it at Michael's. I think it was $2. I really liked the little handle on here. It was nice and soft. But just brushing upwards. And I like to, just kind of go across. These are easy to wash. Let them air dry. Keep the bacteria out of your brushes. Now go to that spot with your mask on that you made for yourself. I like to come into my office, relax. Maybe you relax. You like to watch a little comedy. There's nothing wrong with taking some time to watch a show you enjoy that can make you laugh, can alleviate the stress. And laughter is great medicine. So this is about you, and there's no wrong way to rejuvenate yourself. So your mask is going to stay on for about 10 minutes. That's going to be the longest part of this time. Most masks you can leave on longer and you'll be fine. You can, enjoy what you're enjoying. And when you're ready, go get that warm towel. Place it over your face, and then it's really nice to just kind of press in on your face. It helps to loosen the mask, and then you can use the towel to get it all removed from the areas that you've used it. Then we use our finishing products. Eye creams, you always want to use your ring finger because it has the least amount of pressure. Dabbing works the best around the eyes, making sure you're getting out here to these crow's feet. There is some nice lymphatic drainage you can do that I teach online. It's a gua sha facial using the gua sha stone. So it helps with some of the puffiness under the eyes. But your eye cream, you just want to kind of dab and apply. Your serums will then go on because they're more of a liquid. So you always want to go lightest to heaviest. Then you would apply your nighttime cream. Applying a nice lip treatment to your lips at night is a great way to help them stay hydrated. Side note, if your lips are dry, that exfoliation step, especially if it was like the little scrubby, or you can make your own little scrubby with some raw sugar and honey, and you can use that by manipulating it around your lips to help remove the dry skin so that you can put on a lip treatment, a lip balm to help hydrate them during the nighttime. So those are, the steps to be able to treat your skin at home. Take time for you and to rejuvenate. Now, at my spa, I currently have customized skincare kits available for $25, and they were also set as some raffle prizes for this event. So I know a couple of you are going to get to enjoy some new products that you most likely are not using, but I do have them available. They come with a nice little treat in them, your cleanser, your exfoliator, your mask, and moisturizers. And if you need it a little more customized for your skin, then I will go through and specialize it for your skin type. We can talk a little bit about that. If you are looking to find out how can I take care of my skin every day, I didn't know I should be using a cleanser and moisturizer every day, twice a day, and an SPF in the morning. Well, I do consultations and we can chat. If you would like a virtual consultation where we can really look at your skin, go over a plan, they are 30-minute sessions, and you can schedule one of those online, and a portion of the surcharge goes towards any product that you might decide to purchase and use. So right now, I'm really trying to help women to keep their skin looking healthy. Stress just adds to the aging of our skin. The pollutants in the air right now with all the fires that we have going on are adding age to our skin. So it's really important that we take care of ourselves, that we're eating healthy, that we are doing what we can to fuel our batteries, So please take care of your skin, and you will be very happy with the results down the road. My information is posted here, and I would love to hear from you. Please let me know that you found me at this event, and I look forward to hearing from people and hopefully hearing how much you enjoyed treating yourself after using some of these tips.
Hey there, my name is Tamiko Garner, and I am your plant-based vegan sister who loves to keep it real and relatable, inspiring you to adopt a plant-based vegan way of eating, one little plate at a time, all while you eating some good food that's good for you. Now, you can call me your chief inspirer because I am here to inspire you to adopt a new way of eating, to adopt more fruits and vegetables and legumes into your life. I am here whether to inspire you want to adopt a plant-based vegan way of eating 100%, 50, 80, 20, or 10. It's your journey. Let me inspire you on your journey. You can contact me at plantbasedvegansister.com, and that's spelled SISTAH. Or you can reach me on my Facebook page or Instagram, also at Plant Based Vegan Sister. I look forward to seeing you at the treat where I will be helping you cook some great, quick and easy, tasty lunch ideas. See you soon.
Welcome to my home and welcome to my heart. I wanted to let the singing bowl ring until the resonance fully died away. But even when the resonance died away, it still had an impact out into the world beyond. And that's what we're going to discuss today is vibration and resonance and why we are connected and how we're connected to the whole universe. Specifically, we're going to talk about horses and embodying the horse wisdom and embodying it with ourselves with EFT. Embodying is an interesting word, and we're going to I hope to share with you some things in this time that we have together that really help you to understand the embodiment presence that I talk about. So, where do you feel unstable in the world? Do you ever feel anxious, fearful, and really unstable? I know with this stuff, this whole new change that our world is experiencing, I do feel a fair bit unstable. And coming back into those spaces of stability is really critical. We don't have to stay in those feelings when they come. They will come, absolutely. They come for me, I think they come for everybody. But do we have to stay there? The universe follows the laws of stability. And when we understand them, we can literally tap into the infinite power of the universe and create our own oasis of stability in an unstable feeling world. So I'd like to share with you a little bit about my background. I come from a culture of nurturing. My mother was very much a nurturer. We grew up in a home where we had lots of people coming into our home that were from chaos, and we had our own level of chaos in our home as well, just as you do and did. But our home was always a stopping space for people that were needed a home to go to school, because we lived in northern Manitoba, and we brought people into our home that needed to go to school in the city that we lived in. As I grew up and was older, my mother opened our home to developmentally disabled adults, and so we had lots of those living with us on a regular basis. So I was raised in a period in an environment of culture of nurturing and loving and kindness and giving and seeing everybody and seeing the ability in everybody and being able to understand and embrace each person's worth and value in the world. Because of my experiences in my home, when I was married and was hoping to have children and then was faced with infertility, that was difficult for me. And then when we were blessed with a miracle baby, I didn't want to continue to work because my husband was in school. I didn't want to continue to work and take care of my child. And so we started to embrace fostering, the fostering system, so that I could stay home and I could nurture and share, because that was my culture. I mean, you just shared with everybody, and everybody, no matter where they came from, as we came together and our hearts would connect, there would be healing happening. And I didn't know proactively how to do it then. I just knew that love was going to do a lot of healing. Because of my experience in both my home life and fostering care, I've always looked for ways to alleviate human suffering and pain and bring people back, myself included, back to a space of joy and love and happiness and equilibrium, emotional equilibrium. So we were able to, in that fostering experience, one of the reasons that I discovered horses and how they can really help with that stability, that feeling of stableness, was when we lived in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We welcomed into our home a young man who had come from the psychiatric ward of the Children's Hospital. And he'd suffered a lot of very difficult things in his life, to say the least. And my biological daughter wanted to take riding lessons. And so we joined this stable out by Calgary that was quite unique in that they taught bareback riding. And they taught it from a mind, body, spirit connection. And so we had this young man and a couple of other kids out riding. And in this stable, it was in the mountains. And so there was a meadow, there was a barn, and then there was a meadow, and then there was some forest, some light forest. And they were riding in the forest, and I was just on the side of the meadow, just kind of watching them and hovering because I needed to be there to be able to support if anything came unglued, which on this day it happened to do. So this young man comes stomping out of the forest. I hear this little bit of a rustle and a kerfuffle, and then he comes stomping out of the forest, not on his horse, and his horse starts walking across the meadow. And he comes over to me and he goes, "He bucked me off." And his horse's name was Bowie. And I know that this young man needed a lot of validation in his life. And so he was always looking for ways to become the spotlight and to become and stay in the victim mode because he was healing from trauma. And when we always stay in victim mode, that's a trauma statement. So he says to me, "He bucked me off." And I said, because I kind of saw a little bit of what happened and I knew what happened. And I think he kind of slid off and he wasn't about to admit that he wasn't able to stay on. So the horse is walking across the meadow towards the barn. And I said to this young man, "Do you think he really bucked you off? Maybe you fell, maybe, I don't know, maybe something different happened. But maybe if you go and talk to Bowie, maybe he might want to apologize to you." And as I was making these statements, the horse stopped walking. And as soon as I said maybe he wanted to apologize, and the young man looked at the horse looked back at us. It couldn't have been timed better. It was absolutely magical. And I said, and knowing horses, like he should have kept walking to the meadow or to the barn because that's where horses go when they don't have a rider. They just go home. But he didn't. He stopped in the middle of the meadow and he looked back at the young man very purposefully. And I said to him, "So, do you think maybe Bowie wants to apologize to you?" He says, "I don't know." I said, "Well, go on over." So he walked over to Bowie, and I was far away and I couldn't tell what they were talking about. But he buried his head in Bowie's neck, and they hugged each other. And I don't know what they said to each other, but it healed a spot in this young man and gave him some more resilience and more ability to just really handle the next little thing that came at him. So that was a real eye opener to me that, wow, this can really happen. And then through that same situation, I had a dear friend who gave me the book by Linda Kohanoff, The Tao of Equus. And as I read The Tao of Equus, it was like opening a whole new world, which it truly is, a whole new world to me of how horses teach us from the other side and from other worlds. It was absolutely incredible. And I wanted to embrace that and I wanted to feel that. And so I looked up Linda Kohanoff on Facebook and wasn't able, well, not on Facebook, but on the internet at the time, and discovered where her programs were, but looked at the cost and my timing in life, and I just really couldn't take that time. So I looked up some of her instructors, and there was one close, and I actually had her come and do a 3-day workshop with us. And thus was born my quest and my journey of partnering with horses to really start to understand human beings and ourselves and how we can become more of what Louise Hay says, more of who we already are. And so it's been a magical journey, and I'm continuing on the journey, and I'd like to invite you to share the journey with me. Where's my story? So horses There's a specific thing about partnering with horses that facilitates our deep, deep, deep shifts. So horses rely on their senses to survive. They have 5 senses, just like we do, but there's a 6th sense. And our 6th sense is the awareness of energy around us. Just like the gong that I rung at the beginning, and we felt that vibration because there was hearing to it. But there's also that energetic vibration of thought and emotion. And scientists are now proving to us that thoughts and emotions have a resonance that we can feel. Have you ever walked into a room and you just know that somebody is angry in that room? Nobody said a word, but you can just feel the vibration of anger. That's how horses live. That's how they survive. And that's how they sense the world. They are aware of absolutely everything, and especially the vibration. Scientists are now telling us and proving to us that in the human body and in the horse body, there are more neural cells in our brain, no, not in our brain, sorry, more neural cells in our heart and in our gut, in our actual intestines, than there are in our spinal cord. And so our heart and our gut are sensing organs, and they are what feel the vibrations of everything around them. And so those we can start to learn to rely on and trust our incredible body and what it tells us from the universe, and what we can learn from it and what we can hear from it on a moment-by-moment basis. What kinds of things have you asked or made your body do? I know in my past life, this mortal life here, but I'm 61 now, but in the past 20 years, I've asked my body and I have required of my body. I haven't just asked it, but I have required of my body that it do some very specific things. I was a marathon runner and an ultra marathon runner. And the longest race that I completed was a 100-mile race. That was very difficult. And I asked my body great things, and it delivered. Those are another stories. And if you come into my workshops, I'll share some of my marathon running and the things that I've learned about my body and about feeling and accessing power from the universe in that. But when we require our bodies to do things and they comply, sometimes they have opinions about it too that we didn't ask for, didn't even know actually that we could ask for. But our bodies have an opinion as well. And when we don't hear our bodies, we don't understand what we're hearing, out of ignorance probably, our bodies start to hold things, and they hold information that we haven't been willing to hear. But as we start to be willing to hear it, it starts to let it go. Well, until I went to PonaQuest, I didn't even really know that I had a body. I required, like I said, I required it to do certain things, but I was disconnected from it as almost a personality in itself. I was disconnected from it other than it being a tool. It was my tool. And not only was it my tool for accomplishing things, but it was my tool for validation. Because even in telling you that I ran a 100-mile race, I want to feel your like, oh, aren't you pretty wonderful? If I let that go, I can just resonate into what that energy and what that accomplishment did for me, but not necessarily what it brings to me from accolades from the world. That's a very important concept that I've learned to start to embrace letting go of. So our body is like a cell phone. It is a receiver of information, it's a tuner of information, and then it's an amplifier of information. Like I have my cell phone right here, keeping my clock for me, and I can, when information comes into it, I don't see the energy come in, and it translates that information into a text or a picture or music, and then I can turn up the volume. The body is the same way. It brings in information, and then when we receive that information, then we can start to understand what it's telling us. So we're going to work on that and discover all the different things that can be. We can become aware of what our bodies are holding and how they speak to us. And with that awareness now, with that new awareness, starts to become choice. How often have you done something or said something to somebody or eaten something and you think, why did I do that again? When we start having awareness and start listening to our bodies, we start getting choice. Our body is a GPS that guides us to creativity and soul purpose. So one of the first things I'd like to do with you in this body awareness piece is a body scan. Dr. Candace Pert, who's a psychoneuroimmunologist, and she wrote the book, the author of Molecules of Emotion. She states that our body is the subconscious mind. So often we're told, well, our subconscious mind is not available, and we're like, where is it? How do I access it? What do I do? Well, it's in our bodies. This is where it is. And the body scan is a pivotal key in learning to trust our intuition. And the body scan has many layers. And in this particular venue, I'm only going to share a short body scan with you. But I'm going to invite you into a body scan right now. So I'd like you to close your eyes and take a big deep breath. And just settle into your chair or whatever it is that you're sitting in right now. And I'd like you to become aware, just like Miss Frizzle in the Magic School Bus, I'd like you to go inside your body. This is going to be an accelerated body scan. But I would like you, please, to just become aware of how you feel and what sensations are in your head, both on the outside of your head and the inside of your head. This is an awareness exercise and not a change exercise. So don't try and change anything. Just become aware. Become aware of what's in your throat, both inside and outside. Anything that you're holding, any energy that you're keeping tight or loose. Become aware of your shoulders and your arms and your joints, and down into your elbows and your wrists and your fingers. And bring your awareness into your body, into the thoracic area where your heart is, where your lungs are. Feel yourself breathing. Can you feel your heart beating? Are you aware of your guts, your stomach? Bring your awareness down into your hips and your legs, into the knees and ankles, and down into the toes. And bring your awareness out your toes. And now have a bird's eye view of the body and see which sensation you are the most aware of. Which sensation in your body is just saying, pay attention to me right now. Again, this is an awareness exercise, an imagination exercise. So I'd like you to breathe more awareness into that sensation and ask it what information it's holding for you. The first thing that pops into your head is the information. And you may have a pencil or paper with you. Just write down those words. It might be a color, it might be a song. Just write down the words of what you were inspired to feel. And now I want to do one more thing. So we were aware of a sensation. We breathed into the sensation and focused on it. And we got a message from that sensation. Now I'm going to do a second body scan, and this one's going to be even shorter. But I'm going to give you a word. So you're going to do a body scan to take a baseline and take an awareness of where your body is in this moment right now. And when I say this one word, I would like you to see what's instantly activated in your body when I say that word. So take a body scan, because you're looking for a change now when I say a word. Power. When I said the word power, what was activated in your body? Write down that information, and we're going to come to it in just a little bit later. So, body scan, step one. Our bodies talk to us through sensations. We can learn to become aware of those sensations and understand those messages. So I was working with a young man one time in equine facilitated learning, and in the exercise, there was a round pen and a pony, and we were going to go into the round pen and do a connection exercise. And as we were approaching the round pen, this young man had had a fair bit of trauma in his life. As we were approaching the round pen, he said to me, "I can't do this, I'm too scared." And I'm like, okay. And so I just brought my awareness to him, and I said, okay, that's really good information. Thank you for telling me that. And so awareness is number one. I said, thank you for telling me that. Let's just take a kind of a little feel here of where the threshold is of where you're scared. So we stepped back a few steps, and I said, you tell me where you feel safe. And as he stepped back, he said, I feel safe here. And then as we stepped forward, he said, I don't feel safe here. And we step back into his safety zone. So it was literally one step difference. Here I don't feel safe, here I do feel safe. And as we step back into his safety zone, I said, where in your body do you not feel safe? And so he could describe right in the center of his chest. So each one of us has something in a specific way that our body tells us about unsafety. And so as we step back into that space of the safety, and that's where, as I introduce the EFT in a moment, that's where we can now start using the EFT to go, okay, this is where I do feel safe. And I know that if I step into this space, I'm going to feel unsafe. Do I need that information? Is there something out there that really is going to jeopardize my health? Or can I somehow release that? So our bodies talk to us through sensation. Step 2, our bodies can respond to a concept. So when I said the word power, your body resonated in some way and changed in some way when that word power came in. Our body's idea to and response to a concept that can be different from what our mind's idea and response to the same concept can be. If I had intellectually said to you, so tell me about power, what do you think about power? One of you might have said, well, it's electricity. One of you might have said, well, power is what corporations hold and I don't like that power. Another person might have said, well, power is my driving my car down the road. So our perceptions, our mental perceptions of power might be different. And then our bodily perception of power, and you'll have had your own experience, is going to be different as well. Step 4, our body can help us achieve a goal. When we listen to the messages that our body has when presenting it with a goal, we can unite the body and the mind and strengthen intuition. Just like with the young man at the round pen, because he was able to speak about what his body felt, he was now able to feel the threshold and now do something about that threshold and change it if it was necessary to change. Sometimes our body gives us information, and when we do all these things and it doesn't change, it is valid information, and it's information we need to listen to. Maybe we have a gut feeling that we shouldn't take a job, or we shouldn't enter a relationship. And we do all of this processing and go, well, my mind says this, but my body says, oh, don't do that. And we do all the EFT and our breathing and our meditation, and it doesn't change. Those are valid, that's valid information. So the amygdala is the part of our brain that helps us understand that. But the amygdala can sometimes hijack our brain because it doesn't have a calming experience, and it does not then allow the rest of the brain to fully process all of the information. The amygdala's job is very important. It's and the amygdala's job is to process all information that comes in. It's about the size of an almond, and it's the first piece of our brain that brings in information and assesses it. And the amygdala decides if this information is going to kill this person in any way, shape, or form. And I'm going to decide, as the amygdala, what trauma means. I'm going to either run, I'm going to fight, or I'm going to freeze. I remember once coming home from about a 15-mile run, and because I was in such a zone of running, I actually stepped out into traffic, and I was not aware that a car was coming at me, but my amygdala knew it and pulled me back onto the curb really, really fast. And so our amygdala can take care of us really swiftly, but it can also hijack us when it is not allowed to relax, and not given the right materials to relax. I'm going to tell you a little story about EFT on trial here. When I first learned about EFT, it was about 5 or 6 years ago, and I learned it online from I learned very basics about it from a horse mentoring teacher that I was following. And I had a little rider, and Mary, you see Mary on my screen here, Mary is the horse, Mary is a pony, and she's a very, very sensitive pony, and she feels everything on her back. And our emotions have feelings. I have to condense this so much. Our emotions have feelings and vibration. And so when we feel fear, and especially when we're riding a horse and we feel fear, the horse will feel that fear as well, that it now has to carry on its back. And if we don't process our fear in a way that has it move, the horse is going to feel the fear and respond to the fear. In this case, Mary felt the fear of her rider and started to trot. The rider felt the trot and became more fearful, and her amygdala said, freeze. And as she was coming across the arena, I teach with a microphone on, and as she was coming across the arena, I could tell that she was in freeze. Her eyes were this big, and she's coming across the arena, and I said, sit up, take that right rein, pull the rein. She did nothing. Her body could not move. The horse comes across the arena, stops. Again, I gave her those same calls. She still did not respond at all. The horse takes off again because this big fearful thing, who's getting even more fearful, is still on her back. Canters off, bucks her off. So this child basically created what she didn't want to have happen, but didn't have a way to unlock the amygdala and allow the rest of the brain to process and use the information she was being given. So she came back to her riding lesson the next week and she was in tears. And she said, I really want to ride, but I'm so scared. And I thought, yeah, you're pretty scared. And so I said to her, well, let's go and I'm going to try something new. And I have this EFT thing, and it's this weird tapping on these different spots on your body. And it's blowing up all the emotions. And so I kind of didn't even really know what I was doing, but I thought, I got nothing else in my toolbox. I'm going to go try this thing. So we went across to a private spot. She's crying, and I said, I'm going to say what I think you thought, and I want you just to tap and repeat what I say. And so I said, that was terrifying. I thought I was going to fall. I thought I was going to die. That was horrible. She bucked me off. That was awful. And I'm tapping on the spots, and I'm asking her to tap on the spots too. And I don't even think I had her echo back. But literally within 45 seconds to a minute of tapping, and I don't know that I even said the positive affirmation. I just blew up exactly what she probably was feeling, because she did feel she was going to die. And so I blew it all up and tapped at the same time. A minute later, she goes, okay, I'm ready to ride. And I'm like, well, that was seriously magical. So I dug into EFT. It's pretty cool. So I'm now a EFT practitioner and a level 3 practitioner, and I can train people to use EFT, and I can train people to actually train people to use EFT, if that makes sense. I use it all the time. I use it with my therapeutic riding students who come to me because of anxiety and different issues like that. And it's got just so much validity to it. Our stories. Our stories are our identity, and our stories validate us. And Ian Van Zandt said, we all have our stories, and we hypnotize ourselves with them. And our stories are really important, and we do need to have them. But if we keep them on replay and on reloop, then they become a hypnotic piece that binds us, and we're not free. EFT can give us that emotional freedom that we need to be able to use our stories and use the information in our stories and have our stories, but not be energetically tied to the energy of our stories any longer. It's a very deep and profound practice, and a very simple practice, and very effective. And it's so forgiving. You do not have to know, oh, I have to do this and this and this many times. I have to say exactly this. Just start tapping. My steering wheel is my favorite part of my car. Somebody cuts me off, and I'm just like, oh, that made me so mad. So I'm going to go into the practice really quickly here. So it releases emotional attachment to the story. We remember the story, but we're no longer held hostages by the stuck emotions surrounding the story. So in our EFT practice, this is how we do it. All emotions have an energetic and chemical base to them. Energetic blockages inhibit the trauma resolution. It's like a beaver dam. The beavers dam up the river for a purpose, so that they can create a pond, so they can create their thing in there. But upstream, all that flooding creates damage, and downstream, all that now famine creates damage as well. In our bodies, we want everything to flow fully and completely and naturally. And so when we can get the body to flow and get the energy to flow, it really helps. When our bodies are trying to function in unresolved trauma, they can't function properly. The amygdala decides its definition of trauma. So what's traumatic to me might not be traumatic to you. And the amygdala is our protection package. So when we can think of and thank our amygdala for doing its job so very well, because it really is trying to keep us safe, when we can release things in gratitude, that's really, really helpful. We need to honor the role of the amygdala and also release it from its extra work. The amygdala, the EFT can help even if you're new and if you don't have skills. So EFT structure. First of all, what we do is we take what we call a SUDS, a subjective units of distress scale. So I'd like you to think about a situation that you might have had just in the last week, something really, really simple, okay? So just pick up something that's very simple. Feel how maybe it was something that made you angry. Anger is a pretty common one. So let's go with some anger. Something that made you angry this week. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how angry were you? And can you now go back and relive that moment and feel that anger in your body at the same level that you felt it then? So just put that into your body at the moment. Pick yourself a number, write the number down. EFT could be so effective, so fast that we don't really know, and we don't really give it the credit we give it, because it can help so fast. And we go, oh yeah, well, I just got over it. I got stories about that too, but not in this venue. So what we're going to do is, I would like you to, now we're going to do I'd like you to fully express. What we do is we express fully the emotion of what we feel. And then we also attach to that emotion a personal validation that our emotions are valid and that we are an okay person. So I'm going to run through the process in a moment. I want you to listen to your body as you do this process with me. And I'm going to just do generic tapping script on anger. And if you start to yawn or sigh, or you feel your body start to kind of blow out, those are signs that your body is releasing the stress. So first of all, we're going to start on the karate chop point. And we're going to say, even though I felt so angry, and then you would echo this back to me. I'm a good person, and it's okay to feel how I feel. Even though I felt so angry, I am a really good person, and it's okay to feel how I feel. Even though I felt so angry about that, it just made me so mad. I love myself and I accept how I feel about that. Then we're going to start on the karate chop, or the different points. Oh, I was so angry about that. That person just ticked me right off. I hated when they said that. I was so mad they had no idea what they were talking about. It totally invalidated me. I had no idea what this was about. I was so mad about that. Oh, that made me so mad. I'd like to let go of this anger, but boy, I'm mad about it. Maybe I can let go of this anger, but I don't think I can. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep tapping. We're going to give the try of letting go of the anger, but if our body says, no, I'm still mad, then we go back and we say, no, but I'm still angry. And we talk and we go into the anger and we come out of the anger, and into the anger and out of the anger. We allow the brain to process it and allow the brain to use its creativity to problem solve. And until we are really fully there, we're not there. So our body gives broadcast signals. We are broadcasting through that information, that resonance, all the things that we feel in our bodies. And that's what the world around us, and that's what horses will feel as well, and broadcast them back to us. As our emotions get broadcast, all of our emotions get broadcast, even the ones that we don't know that we have. And our body is our subconscious mind. So everything in our subconscious mind is going out there. These buried emotions are what the horses read. And they're reading the body, not the words that we're speaking. You're not sure why you're agitated? Do a body scan and find out why you're agitating your body. Then ask the body what it needs and what it wants. This can become our tapping script. So we all release extra energy. As we release the extra energy of the stuck emotions, we're then able to make some real choices. Michelangelo was asked, he said, lots of people said, Michelangelo, how did you create that gorgeous statue of David? It's the beautiful one that's done in white marble. And Michelangelo said, I just chipped off everything that wasn't Michelangelo. And so what we're looking at is chipping off everything that isn't already, or releasing actually, everything that isn't already who we already are. We are each magnificent beings of light and love. That is who we come from. We come from God, the universe, whatever you want to call that higher power. I'll use the word God. But even scientists, though, I love Deepak Chopra. I heard him speak about 15 years ago. And as he was talking about the quantum physics of and the physiology of our bodies, and was taking us down into the anatomical structure, especially the atom, he said, you know, between the atoms, everything's vibrating, even something that is solid steel. The atoms are still vibrating in there. And what is between the vibrating atoms? Light. And so even scientists are telling us that we are made of light. We come from light. We are light. Louise Hay says, Become more of who you already are. You already are light. We just have to let go of the stuff that's covering us. And I'm talking to myself just as much as I'm talking to you. I need this just as much as you might. EFT and horses. Horses invite us to come home to ourselves. As I've immersed myself with horses and people and putting them together, both in riding situations where we're looking at the mechanics and healing situations where we're looking at our body, mind, spirit work with horses, and now actually communicating with horses that I don't understand why they're doing what they're doing, and stepping into these realms of layers of the world and the universe that are so real, but we don't quite know how to get there. EFT and horses can invite us into that magical world. Linda Kahana, my mentor, said, "My body is the horse that my mind runs around on." I've been chewing on that one for a few years now. I think I'm starting to get it. Our bodies are just as resonant as the horses' bodies. Because we have a vocabulary with our mouths, we forget a lot of that. They do not have a vocabulary. And when we go to a horse, we can't speak to it with our words, our outside words, and say, "Could you please do this, 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 this?" Because they'll kind of look at us. But if we sit on the horse or walk with the horse and use our breathing and use our thoughts, very thoughts will move a horse. Our energy will move a horse. Come into my round pen with me. It's so cool. But as we start learning that, and we start to realize, oh, my body is just as resonant as the horse's body. But I have forgotten. When I was a baby, I knew exactly how to express everything. But we get it trained out of ourselves. And that's what happens as we grow. When you work with me, you'll have experiences that you will feel in your body. You'll be able to start feeling and start resonating, start understanding, this is how my body speaks to me. And when you work with me online, if we can't get together with a horse, then you start learning that your body is the horse. If you get to work with me with an actual horse, we can put that together even faster. Because the instant we start feeling what's in our body and shifting that a little bit, the horse will shift in the instant. I can take the same exercise, the same horse, the same round pen, 2 different people, and the horse will act differently for both people. Because the horse is teaching the person what it needs to learn. And it's just absolutely magical. I'm bowing to the horses every time. When we embody the concepts, when they start to become in our bodies, they start to become the default mode. And so we now start feeling resonance. When you work with me, you'll have your center of gravity will drop from fight, flight, fear, higher body to deep into your body, down into the solar plexus, down behind your navel, where all that energy is, where the center of gravity is. It settles into that space. And from there, we have power, because there is resonance and there is stability and there is agility, emotional agility. We learn to unite our mind, because we don't want to get rid of our mind. So many practices say, silence the mind. No, we don't silence anything. We want to listen to everything. We want to give it all its due course. We want to give it all the weight that it needs, which in whichever instance. Sometimes we need the logic. We put the logic, the heart, and the gut together, and then we have power, and then we have choice. When we embody these truths, we release the trapped energy with gratitude, and we allow energy that no longer serves us to return back to the universe, just like a butterfly. It can go back. It can be transformed into something else. And then we can, at the instant we release that, love, pure love flows in, and then we have more to share with other people and more to resonate within ourselves and help us to balance ourselves. So when you're working with me, you will feel release and relief from tension. More deep, authentic love for yourself, because in the scriptures it talks about the second commandment is love thy neighbor as thyself. As is an absolute term. We cannot love other people unless we love ourselves. We've been taught that that we shouldn't be loving ourselves. Well, that's hogwash. We have to love ourselves, because the level that we love ourselves is going to be the level that we can love someone else. And so loving ourselves is critical, absolutely important. It frees us up to love other people. It frees us from rigidity and judgment and gives us more calm and peace. We have access to clear divine guidance, and it opens up creativity. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, it talks about Christ returning to the earth riding a white horse. I had to double check that a few times. And yes, it talks about Christ returning to the earth riding a white horse. And then in verse 14, it talks about the hosts of heaven coming back, and they're going to be wearing white robes, and that they will also be riding white horses. Do you think God needs transportation? No. So bringing it back to the horse. In the horse world, we have a concept called engagement. And it's when the hind quarters start to really, the joints of the hind legs start to really compact and spring. And it gives a full range of motion in the horse. And then the horse is using their body completely. It talks about elasticity, and those are the same things that we need in our bodies and in our minds and in our spirits. We need full range of motion. We need elasticity to be able to weather the storms and the instability in this world today. When we have those things, we can come into our full power. We engage in understanding our bodies and the universe and our energy and how we put them all together to again become more of who we already are. We can receive power from the universe because we have access to, and because we come from divinity, and because we are heirs of divinity, we can receive that power. It is our birthright. Power is a gift already available to us through grace. Ask, and ye shall receive. To work with me, go to roxywright.com. I'd be more than happy to have chats with you. We can work online if you have the opportunity to come to Canada and work with me and my horses. I would love, love, love to have you here. In the meantime, my heart and my soul is connected to you because we are all one in this planet. Namaste. God bless you.
Hi, and welcome to Healing and Empowering Your Inner Temple. My name is Tracy Burgess, and I'm so glad that you're here to relax and rejuvenate with all the wonderful messages and instruction that you're receiving today. My focus for you is going to be how we see and talk about our bodies, healing and empowering our inner temple. It starts from the inside and shows on the outside. So I'm going to bring up something that's been on all of our minds, and we've all been dealing with it in our own way, and that's COVID-19 and how it's affected our view of ourselves. So we have to wear masks. We can't be near many people. We have to socially distance. In a lot of cases, we either cannot go out to restaurants or go be social during those activities. And if we do, it's just not the same. We're not getting the same loving social interactions that we're used to because of the pandemic. And we are prioritizing safety, of course, but I'm here to talk with you and connect with you about how that has affected our view of our physical body and in our spirit, really, deep down into our soul. So we might be feeling a little bit less feminine. We might have lost that sense about ourselves because we can't go out as often anymore. And those feelings are very valid for us. We might be feeling bloated, a little bit lower energy, not quite ourselves. We might find that there's really not as much of a reason to dress up or put on makeup or do our hair, right? Because we are isolating and keeping ourselves and other people safe, and we're not seeing our friends as often anymore, potentially.
all those feelings and emotions that are coming up about our physical being are very valid during this very hard time of this pandemic. But we're here to connect together and talk about a way to feel empowered with your spirit, first of all, your soul, and it will come out in a way that addresses your physical being to bring some of that confidence back. And you know, it really doesn't matter what your position in life is. Some of you are mothers and some of you might not be mothers. Some of us are working in the home, some are working outside the home, some are not working right now, maybe because of the pandemic. We all have different backgrounds, we're in different walks of life, we're in different positions in our relationships, romantically and other relationships. But the bottom line is that all of us women, we deserve to feel honored and treasured. Our bodies are a temple. It needs to be protected. And what I like to think of with our affirmations, what we say to ourselves, is that it's, think about our diet with food. Our affirmations and the words we say about ourselves, what we feed our mind and soul with words, that is just as important as our diet with food. It's really important, and it affects how we feel and how we carry ourselves. So our bodies are powerful. We need to empower our bodies and how we feel about our bodies. We need to always keep that in the forefront. It's a spiritual battle that many of us are going through during this pandemic and how we see ourselves, our bodies. There's no lack in your design, how you were crafted, how you were put together. There's no lack, there's no comparison between you and anyone else. So ladies, and speaking from experience, don't fall into that trap of comparison. You have a specific purpose, and your body and spirit together, combined together, have a specific purpose, maybe even multiple ones. So affirming words from your soul and heart toward your body, it really helps to start healing traumatic events that have happened to you. It's a process that starts from the inside. So before we go into our body exercise, which you're going to be surprised what it's going to be all about, I will give you a little of my background. So I have experience teaching English in public school, and currently I'm an instructional systems designer in marine aviation. So I have a lot of experience building curriculum and designing lesson plans, and also I'm a lover of writing. So my background is that of having suffered but now thriving from domestic abuse in my relationships. So coming from that standpoint, what the bedrock was for me was consistent journaling for many years. I produced over 12 journals full of despair and dreams, goals, to-do lists every day. All of those items, all those elements were in my journals for the past 7 years. So in all 12, 13 of those journals, I can hardly count them anymore. That is how I healed from domestic abuse. It's the bedrock. So I've gone through therapy, of course. I've gone through 12-step programs. I've read self-development books. I figured out nutrition and exercise and how that benefits me, but my bedrock was always writing. And once I was emotionally and spiritually basically healed from the domestic abuse that I suffered through, I started to feel emptiness, and I came up with Right to Empower. That emptiness meant that I needed to take my message to other women and help empower them. That's one of my main missions in life. So Right to Empower is a writing program that is 6 months long. It's very intense and very deep. So anyone who wants a more superficial program without a lot of deep exploration, If you don't want that, then that's not the right program for you, my program. But if you are ready to dive deep and do a lot of self-reflection and exploration, then Right to Empower is for you. And you don't even have to be a prolific writer to be in it. I give you frames in the program of exactly what to do, how to get you started writing. So before I forget, let me show you the books that I based my program on. Not only my journaling, but many books. So Writing is a Way of Healing. This next book is Expressive Writing, Words That Heal. Wellness and Writing Connections. Heal Yourself with Journaling Power. And Opening Up by Writing It Down. So my program is not only based on my personal experience of going through so many peaks and valleys, so many, believe me, because healing is not a linear experience. It's pretty messy. But as you can see, it's also based on research practices about expressive writing. So I'll tell you briefly about the 8 modules that are included in this program. And it's not only writing, it's really a great mix of a bunch of components that will really help you to heal beyond this domestic abuse. And really the mission is to reframe and rewrite and empower your own story. You can take what happened in the past and mold it into something new and empowered for you to continue. A lifelong system of healing, because healing is lifelong. There is definitely not a quick fix, but when you're willing to put the work in, you will see that difference. So module 1 is when we introduce to each other. Module 2 is all about routines and flow state and foundations. So in a writing course, you would not expect to hear about those, right? But like I said, I'm putting many different life experiences in there, with writing as the bedrock, but what helped me to truly move beyond this abuse and to create new patterns in my life. Module 3 is expressive writing, emotions and self-care. Module 4 is transactional writing and relationships, in which you actually write letters to people. Module 5, which is what I'm actually giving you a sneak peek of today for free, is poetic writing and body care. Module 6 is storytelling and reframing. Module 7 is affirmative writing and getting out your warrior self, ladies. You reach deep down and get out that warrior self that you're going to need to get out that alternative personality, that alter ego, when you really need to tough it out through different situations in life. We all do have an inner warrior. So the world better watch out when she comes out. And finally, module 8 is legacy writing and connecting with your higher self and your higher power. So really the arc of this class is just like the story map, if you remember that from school, maybe middle school, high school, where you're making an introduction, you're climbing upward toward the climax or the main issue, the main thing that needs to be solved in the story, and then something clicks and you figure it out. You figure out this system, this better way of doing things, these more healthy patterns that can be a lifelong system for you to use. And then you go downward toward the end. That story arc that makes a triangle. It's exactly how this program is designed. And by the end, you have a narrative in which you are completely empowered. You have visualized and dreamt about what you really want to accomplish in your life. I have helped you to put some action steps into place, planned out, that you can actually do to help those things come true for you. So ladies, this is more than just writing. This is everything put together, but documenting your unique, wonderful writing experience, your unique journey of how you will overcome these traumas that happened with you in an abusive relationship, or maybe even multiple. We all have a different background. So that's my program, is Right to Empower, and I'll tell you a little more at the end of our time together. But I'm going to get into our main purpose for today, and I'm giving you poetic writing and body care as a freebie today to address some of those negative feelings we might be having, especially because of the pandemic going on right now. And I'm telling you that we all deserve to feel vivacious, full of life, sexy, empowered, and full of our unique purpose or our purposes. And we don't need to let the pandemic or anything be stopping us from that wonderful feeling about ourselves. We deserve it, and I'm going to give you a quick way that you can exercise that within yourself today. So, you might not believe me when I tell you that you can be a poet. I'm sure that many of you have very different backgrounds in writing. Some of you might write a lot, maybe a little, maybe no writing at all. But this is what a client and I did during the poetic module in the class. And the poetry that my client produced was beautiful, just gorgeous poetry about her own body. And for both of us sharing was a very positive experience. So I'm going to give you an example. I want you to think about your hips, ladies. So hips have a lot of symbolism in society, right? Whether we are a mother or not a mother, maybe a fur baby mother, many variations of that for us. But hips have a lot of symbolism, and that body part is loaded, right? Women feel so differently about their hips. But I have a powerful example of the types of poetry that we talk about in my empowering class and in this body care module within my program. So I'm going to read to you, and get ready. This is a short, really empowering example. This poem is called Homage to My Hips by Lucille Clifton. In your free time, you might want to look up the political and deeper meanings of the poem if you're interested, but we're going to just concentrate on what we can get now from this poem. So I'm going to read this to you and just feel the power of these amazing affirmations about this woman's hips that she wrote. So, Homage to My Hips by Lucille Clifton. These hips are big hips. They need space to move around in. They don't fit into little petty places. These hips are free hips. They don't like to be held back. These hips have never been enslaved. They go wherever they want to go. They do what they want to do. These hips are mighty hips. These hips are magic hips. I have known them to put a spell on a man and spin him like a top. So just let those words settle in, ladies, how powerful and sexy and confident this poem comes across about this woman wrote about her hips, and you probably would have never guessed how beautiful, powerful, empowering it could be to write about that part of a person's body. And in my program, I walk you through the entire process. I give you frames to use in your poetry. You're not starting out alone. I am guiding you throughout. So you can absolutely be a poet in my program. And when you come out of it having written so powerfully and positively about yourself, you'll come out a new woman, an empowered woman, a self-reflective woman who knows herself on such a deep level. You'll know exactly what you want out of life, and you will have the confidence and the willpower to put those steps into action. So those are just some of the benefits of this program, and especially my body care program. Part of that, the program, my module. So I'll tell you a little more about my client. She did more than write poetry. She experimented with her diet with different kinds of exercises, documented it in an effective way that was organized. There's all kinds of writing, ladies, besides poetry, so it really appeals to basically any of your styles. Poetic, creative, organizing. Some of you might plan out your daily activities. I can walk you through that. It's all very individualized, and the more effort you put into your own self-study and exploration, the more you'll get out of it. It's a deep well a deep well of appreciation for yourself. It's time to put yourself first if you've been neglecting that. So back to our bodies, ladies, I'm just going to walk you through a quick little meditation to kind of close out this portion of the retreat for you. So I want you to start concentrating on your breathing very deeply. I'm going to keep my eyes open so I can read the meditation script. But go ahead and breathe in your nose and out through your mouth. Breathe in and breathe out. And one more time, in and out. So ladies, I want you to imagine with lots of intent and love a part of your body that maybe you don't like very much at the moment. Take a minute to picture this part of your body. Go back through history and your relationship with this part of your beautifully designed, purposeful body. Really concentrate on that part of your body with the intention that you are going to reframe and reimagine your relationship with this part of the body. So you have this body part in mind, and I want you to imagine a moment where you're really making peace with this part of your body. So you have your intention on that body part in your imagination with your eyes closed, really calm, breathing that calmness and positive intention into your body. So put yourself in one of your favorite places. Maybe it's the beach with the ocean water splashing in the background. Maybe it's a busy, thriving city like before the pandemic. With lots of hustle and bustle and busy people with fashionable clothes and nice little restaurants. Maybe it's the woods. Maybe it's a family gathering with everyone you love and care about with beautiful, delicious food. I really want you putting yourself in that moment, just imagining your ultimate favorite scene that is so calming for you. So we're gonna just breathe together for a minute so you can concentrate on that scene with that body area or part of your body that you don't have the best relationship with. We're gonna change that right now. Just take in those sights in your mind's eye, the sounds, the smells of your favorite scene, the aromas, the smiles of other people if they're there with you, or the trees in that forest, the tastes if you're at a restaurant perhaps, the touch of the sand if you're at the beach. Just really take in those five senses, really put yourself there. Keeping that positive intention in mind for your beautiful, purposeful body, your temple. And imagine you in this scene with that part or that area on your body, and you are infusing light into that body part, that area on you that you've always struggled with or that you're struggling with a lot now. And you're radiant in your mind's eye, you're glowing. You're exuberant and shining with purpose. You can see it on you. Your higher power can see it on you. If other people are with you, they see it glowing all around you from the inside out of your temple. Your purpose is shining outward and you are empowered. You're glowing. You are confident and exuberant with purpose. All the parts of your body, all areas, all places on your body are just glowing, radiant, empowered, sexy, vivacious, and full of life. You are admired by nature, by the people around you. Your higher power is just proud that your higher power created this goddess, this queen who's radiating with purpose and power and intention. Just beautifully and intricately crafted. And you're glowing in this favorite scene, just totally enjoying it. And we're just gonna sit together in this scene that you're in your mind's eye, together. For one more minute, just really relish and enjoy and savor this moment. That part of your body, that area is being treasured and loved right now. Completely treasured and loved for the crafting that has gone into it to create you. Any kind of traumatic events or domestic abuse or anything of that nature, it's being directly touched and healed through your higher power, through your own empowerment, your purpose, and your beauty from the inside out of your temple. Just breathing in and out, really enjoying this moment. Ladies, I know that you want to stay here, but I'm going to be walking you gradually out of this moment, back to earth, back to reality, back to our retreat so that you can get more awesome instruction and messages from all the ladies here. So I'm going to walk you through, let's breathe in and out 3 times and then open your eyes. So 1, in and out. And in and out one last time. And we can go ahead and open your eyes. And here we are together, ladies. I hope that you enjoyed that short meditation to just kind of get you in the mindset of really loving, treasuring, empowering, and healing your inner temple from the inside out to feel like that queen, that goddess that you really are. So what I'm going to have you do is I gave you this meditation to set you up to write a positive poem about that part of your body that you might have a love-hate relationship with. I want you to write a poem about that body part, just like the one I gave you. So homage to my hips, you're going to write a poem just like that. Homage to my fill in the blank. And even if you don't join my program, that's okay, but I really want you to email me your poems. I would love to read what kind of inspiring poems you came up with to love and treasure your own body. I would love to read them no matter what. So I'm going to give you my email, and just please let me read your poems. I'm so excited to see what you wrote. I can't wait to feel more empowered by your poetry. So my email, I'm going to tell it to you now, and if you don't track it for whatever reason, you can contact Lynnis or Carolyn, and they can also give you my contact information. But my email is Burgess, Burgess, Tracy, Tracy, 866 @gmail.com. I love your poetry, and I love to share it on my social media. I can't even wait. So there's your poetry exercise, poets. I said that you could be a poet. And I'm just going to close out with a little more information on my program. So again, my program is called Right to Empower. It is designed to be an intense, very deep 6-month self-exploration program. It has 8 modules, which I went over with you before. And the programming starts at a base rate of $47.95, and that's just for the basic. But for the actual coaching and very personalized attention from me and encouragement and goal setting and planning, we'll talk about prices with that together individually, but that's the beginning price. And you have my contact information, and Just thank you for joining me and being together in this time. And I hope that you have left this session during the retreat today having felt healing and empowering towards your inner temple. Goddesses and queens out there, I just hope that this really helped you to get in that positive mindset of who you're designed and especially crafted to be. So thank you so much, and I hope that you enjoyed this and the rest of the programming coming up for your day today. Thank you so much. Take care, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Hey everybody, my name is Tamiko Garner. I am your plant-based vegan sister who loves to keep it real and relatable and inspiring you to adopt a plant-based vegan way of eating, one little plate at a time, all while you're eating some good food that is good for you. And today I am here to show you how quick you can make a vegan no tuna salad. And when you can make it, you can eat it for a sandwich or a salad on crackers. It's quick and easy. And as you can see, I already have all my ingredients together. So first thing is a can of garbanzo beans. And garbanzo beans are a great source of protein, just so that you realize that. Garbanzo beans are a great source of protein. With 1 ounce, you get 2.3 grams of protein. So not only do you get that, but you get fiber too, okay? So we're gonna take this 1 can of garbanzo beans and we're gonna dump those in a food processor. Now, if you do not, I'm gonna raise this up just a bit so that my head isn't chopped off. Okay, if you don't have a food processor, that's okay. You can use a fork to mash your garbanzo beans. So what we're gonna do, and I also add, because a lot of times when we have tuna fish, we've got a little egg in there. So I use hearts of palm, which is the heart of various palm trees, like for coconut, acai, or even cabbage palm. And it kind of resembles or the taste like an artichoke heart, but as you can see, it's white. They usually come, this one is chopped, but it usually comes in like little round tubular pieces. So this to me is going to resemble like the egg look in it. So when you're making tuna fish, it's going to have like a little egg look. So we're going to put that in our food processor, and we're just going to grind that up a little bit, just so that it, you know, kind of mashes a little bit. So I hope we're just gonna, I'm gonna pulse it, but you don't want it, so you still want to get some of the, you still want to have some consistency, some bite. So I just do it a little bit, and we pulse it at a time. And then you go in there and you check it. And I'm going to show you exactly what this looks like in just a second. And you're going to go, oh my gosh, that looks like eggs in there. What? No way. Okay. So as you can see, now can you see my hearts of palm? See how it looks like it's a little bit of egg in there? All right. So that's kind of like the consistency that we want to get for our tuna fish. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead, and now we're done with our food processor. And we're going to take a bowl and we're going to dump this right in the bowl. All right. So are you guys timing this? Are you timing this? All right. Hopefully you're timing it. You saw how quick that was. Did you see how quick we pulsed that? Now you can make your tuna fish the night before if you are going into the office the next day and you want to be able to have it in the morning. So if you prepare your meals the night before, this is a great thing to do. See how this looks now that we put that in the bowl? Wow, man, I can't wait to eat this. Okay, so next we're going to do, now basically for this tuna fish, you're basically going to put the items that you would do, normal
tuna fish, right? The only thing that we did was we changed out the tuna for the garbanzo beans. And some recipes, they don't necessarily put in the hearts of palm, but I do put the hearts of palm. That was something I discovered on my own. So now we're gonna add our mayonnaise. Now the mayonnaise that is my absolute favorite is Follow Your Heart mayonnaise. And I usually get the version that is soy-free. It's also gluten-free. So there you go. And it's better than mayo. You won't even, I put this mayonnaise in some stuff and people didn't even know that it was vegan mayonnaise, just so that you know. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and dump that right on in the bowl. Boom. And if you are someone who really likes a lot of mayonnaise, then have at it. Put as much mayonnaise as you want in there, okay? Then we're gonna put in a little bit of Dijon mustard. The Dijon mustard just gives it a nice little kick for you, okay? So we're gonna dump that in there. Notice I said we're just gonna dump everything in. We've got some red onions for a little crunch, crunchy crunch. Also, if you want more crunch, you can add celery. I'm just not that big of a celery fan. I do drink celery juice, but I would rather not put that in mine. Now, this is a special ingredient. You can go without this ingredient. You can find it at Whole Foods. You can find this at Sprouts. If you're in other areas, I may have to look it up, but it's an ume plum vinegar, which gives it a nice little taste. Yes, celery juice is awesome, okay? I drink it almost every day, but I need to make some. I got a whole refrigerator full of celery juice that I need to make. So it's just about a tablespoon of this that we're gonna put in there, and that gives it that flavor. And then of course we've got our pepper and a little bit of, so now I didn't put in whole celery, but I will put a little bit of celery salt. If you are minding your salt, if you're watching your salt, then I probably wouldn't put a lot of normal salt in there. Then I put a little garlic powder in there, a little onion powder. Yes, I know, I did onion powder and red onions. Okay, so, and then, now here's the magic right here. This is what we call kelp granules. And you can also use nori or you can use seaweed. But what that does is that helps to give you that seafood taste, right? Just a little bit. You don't need a whole lot. It just gives it a nice little hint. So we're gonna dump a little bit of that in there. All right, and I think I got it all. Oh, and there's also what you call black sea salt. Now what this does, this is a magic salt because it has a sulfur taste. So what it does is when you're making things that have like egg, because egg has sulfur, you can use this to give you just a little bit. And it's got a little salt, but not, it doesn't taste salty, okay? So we're gonna put a little bit of that in there because we put in those hearts of palm and we wanna kind of feel like we got a little bit of egg in our tuna fish. We're gonna go ahead and pop some of that in there. And then what we're next is we're gonna stir it all up. See how this is looking? Man, that's gonna be some good tuna fish, you guys. Oh man. And look how quick we made this. This is so quick and easy, right? Because that's what we wanna do. We don't wanna have, we wanna eat healthy, but we wanna be quick because sometimes we don't have a lot of time, right? All right, and our vegan tuna fish is all done. Look at there, all right? So a couple of ways that you can use your, make your tuna fish is one, you can slop it on put it on a slice of bread and make yourself a tuna sandwich. Or if you are watching your carbs, you can put it on romaine lettuce leaves. And what I like about the romaine lettuce leaves is that the crunch of the lettuce and the coolness of that lettuce is such a great balance. Now, one of my other favorite things I like to use, where'd it go? Uh-oh. Ah, oh, there it is. One of the favorite things I love is Trader Joe's has this everything bagel seasoning. And I will dump that on, and I will sprinkle that on everything. All right, so what? Bon appetit. Good for you. Okay. So other things that you can do Other quick things that you can make for lunch are like wraps, where you can wrap in vegetables, things like that. Also, another quick thing to make is a plate of hummus. So I made this just a few minutes before, and this is actually a Kalamata olive hummus. Really quick to make. You can make this in like 15 minutes, seriously. And so in that 15 minutes, now you can have your hummus, you can use it for a snack, you can make a sandwich, you can do a sandwich spread. And as you can see here, I put it on bread with a little bit of avocado and some red onion, okay? That is so, so good. Now, let me let you all know that right now I am eating gluten-free. So this is a gluten-free bread. So for those who have gluten issues, you can have gluten-free bread, all right? Other tips that you can use, you can make burritos, okay? Now notice that I made these, this is from garbanzo beans. You can make so many things from garbanzo beans. You can make curries, you can make chickpea croutons, you can make chickpea burgers. So you're like, okay, thanks Tamiko for all this great stuff. So how do I get ready to make my own quick, easy, tasty vegan lunch? Well, if we just go to, I will put the link, I will include the link in the chat when I sit down. I will include the link to the chat where you will download, instant download of the recipes of what I've made today, okay? What I made today, which was, and also, it will also include the chickpea burgers. It will also include my recipe for chickpea tikka masala. If you love curry, you will love that recipe, okay? If you want to get on my mailing list, let me step back a second. Once you sign up to get your free recipes, you will automatically be added to my mailing list, where you will find out about different tips and tricks, and I'm just starting out my new newsletter, so I'm looking forward to that. You can join me in my Facebook group at Vegan Curious to Plant-Based Healthy Eating, where every Monday we are chatting with a cool person within the community and telling us about their health and wellness journey. As a matter of fact, this Monday we had Lynnis on, yay! And then we're gonna do a recipe share. So the offer that I do have coming up is that the offer I have coming up is vegan for the weekend. And I have a little song that goes with it. Vegan for the weekend. Hey, I'm vegan for the weekend. You can go vegan for the weekend, 2 days. It is going to be launching, and for everyone who has signed up for this retreat will get $10 off. That makes it $17, okay? $17. So when you sign up to download your list, your recipes, you will be included on the list to get notification when Vegan for the Weekend is out, and you will get recipes for the weekend, a little download, little couple tips to hang for the weekend. So it's just for 2 days. So anybody who is curious, vegan curious, wanting to give it a try, why don't we go vegan for the weekend? So you guys, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to follow me at Plant-Based Vegan Sister, that's SISTAH.com. You can follow me there. That's my handle on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube as well, okay? You guys, this has been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful retreat. I look forward to seeing what you are gonna make for your quick, easy, tasty vegan lunch. All right? Guys, have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hi ladies, I am Elise Smith, faith-based business coach, and I empower Christian women entrepreneurs to reach their sales goals by partnering with God and using biblical business strategy to build their business in the Lord's way. I am so excited to be speaking at the Hope and Wellness Retreat, all about conquering your inner dream stealer, or that negative voice that we all have in our head, by partnering with God and co-creating with Him. But I want to talk to you today and give you something really special, which is a free strategy session with me. What we're going to do is we're going to look at your business and figure out the fastest way to infuse some cash and to be able to get your business even closer to the Lord than where it is right now. And we're even going to talk about my Divine Solutions Mastermind, which is mixing Bible study along with business networking so you can meet other Christian women entrepreneurs just like yourself. So we will see you at the retreat, and just check out divinelydrivenresults.com to book your free strategy session today.
Hello everyone, my name is Jessica Monarch and I am so excited to get to be here with you today. I am a women's health and fitness coach, and my work is to guide and support women in the creation of more self-empowered health and real sustainable fitness success in their lives. Along with being a health coach, I also have a lot of movement experience. I started as a dancer at a very young age, trapeze artist. I've been a Pilates professional for 15 years, and I've had the opportunity to study a lot of different kinds of movement and dance and connecting movement with meditation and intention. So I'm really excited to get to be here with you today, and I'm here in the middle of the day, which I love because I love to incorporate some movement into my day about halfway through my day. If you're anything like me, morning is a pretty busy time. I'm up early, I try to meditate, I've got to get my kids up, get them set up what they're doing, and then I'm in the office getting work done, getting through my list, emailing, all the stuff that you have to do. And so like halfway through the day, I love to be able to just push myself away from the desk and let all that go and just do a little movement in my body. And I feel that that helps me just to come back to my center, to feel grounded and to feel more prepared to move through the rest of my day, especially if I've had a morning of stress or tension or frustration of any kind, which, you know, we all have. So it's nice to be able to actually step away from that and incorporate some healthy movement into it. So I'm really all about mind, body, spirit connection. It's a huge foundation of how I work and really how I live my life. When we're working in our bodies, it's really important that we stay present and we connect our mind to our bodies. If we're being physical or doing some kind of physical activity and our mind is somewhere else and we're thinking about something else that we have to do and the to-dos and have-tos, then we're not really giving our body the benefit of the exercise that we're doing, and that's when injuries can actually happen, is when we're not paying attention. The trick is to learn how to stop all that mental chatter, let go of all of that for 10 minutes, and drop into your body and just pay attention to what you feel. Listen to what your body has to tell you. How do you feel? Do you feel you need to stretch? Do you feel you need to move? Do you feel you need to shake it off? Do you feel you need to go pump some iron? You know, what is your body asking for? And listen to it. And know that you can follow your yes and also listen to your no. If you follow like, this doesn't work for me, that doesn't feel good, then don't do it. So I'm really, really about that, of listening to your body when you have your movement, and do what feels good. Do what feels good for you. Do what feels right in the moment, and always follow your yes and honor your no's. not your nose. Honor your no when it comes to your body movement, and then incorporating intention into it. So that's the mind, body, spirit, and whatever that intention is, whatever that focus, whatever that connection that brings in more of that, the spirit, the connection of your deeper self, so that you're really finding that balance, mind, body, and spirit. So that's what I'm going to share with you today. I'm going to share with you my simple little movement flow that I like to do. I have a lot of different kinds of movement flows that I like, but this is a pretty simple one. You don't need anything, just a little bit of space to stand up. Take your shoes off if you can. Otherwise, keep your shoes on if you need them for support. Absolutely. Trust your knowledge of your body, and be comfortable. You don't have to wear yoga clothes. You can just wear what you're wearing. Always, always, always remember to listen to your body. And if I'm doing something that doesn't feel right for you, then you can stop, you can do something different, you can modify it, you can change it up to make it so that it feels good for you. I'm all about that, self-empowerment. So let's go ahead and get started. I don't have any music playing because I don't always have music playing, and I just kind of like move my body as my body needs to. So I'm going to step back here so you can see my whole body. Let me, I'm gonna tilt this down just a little bit because I don't need all that space above me. Okay, great. Okay, so you're just gonna find your self wherever you can stand, and just feel your feet right below your hips. Not your outer hips, but your hip bones. So your ankles and your knees and your hips and your shoulders are stacked right on top of each other. Nice, strong, tall body. And just relax the shoulders away from the ears. And just bring focus into your feet. You can close your eyes, you can keep them open, whatever feels good. Just start breathing, paying attention to your breath, and bringing your focus to your feet. Just feeling this ground that you are standing on, and just knowing that the earth, feeling that earth energy beneath the ground that you're standing on. And just take a moment to feel the strength of that and feeling your body. And just imagine that your feet just open up on the bottom and just really absorb and connect to that warm, nurturing energy from the earth. So just take a moment and standing there, connecting with your feet, feeling a warmth, feeling a nurturing energy. And imagining your legs are like straws, or feet are straws, and you're just going to pull that energy, absorb that warmth and that nurturing energy into your body, engaging your legs, just kind of feeling them turn on a little bit, all the way up to your pelvic floor, feeling a little engagement of lift in your pelvic floor. And then wrap the abdominals gently into the center, feeling a connection in your rib cage. And just feeling your length come all the way up through the top of your head, like a string gently pulling you along as your shoulders just relax away from your ears. And taking a moment to again feel the strength of your feet, the length of your body, and the connection of your center. And we're just going to take one deep breath right now. Good. Now we're going to bring the arms into that breath. Inhale the arms up. Reach, and exhale down. A little bend in the knees, and inhale the arms up. Reaching for the sky, and exhaling down. Slight bend in the knees, and inhaling up. And then we're going to hold our arms up, and then grab onto one wrist, and we're just going to gently stretch to the side, however far feels good to you, opening up the side body. And then bringing it up, inhale, switch wrists, and exhale. Stretch. Maybe have another breath to open up the space of the side body, and then bringing the arms all the way up and all the way down. Yes. And now we're just going to shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake your hands, shake your feet, don't matter if you're looking silly, this is a good time to just be silly, and sometimes you just need to shake it out. get all of that energy, the stress, any anxiety, just let it out. And yep. Do a good shake for like at least 30 seconds. So you're really just moving the energy, whatever feels good to you, shaking the head. And now just coming into stillness. Feel your feet on the ground, come into stillness and feel the energy just moving through your body, everything waking up. Good, good. I like to be a little silly when I do my shaking because then it reminds me not to take myself so seriously. And when we can focus on our joy and laugh a little bit, then it brings that joy in. You can't help but smile when you just shake it out and just allow yourself to be a little silly. So give yourself permission to be silly when you're shaking. Okay, so just having your hands on your shoulders, we're just gonna do a little twisting from side to side. This just feels good. And again, just going at what feels right for you. You could just be here, if that feels good, or all the way with the elbows. Also just bring your arms down and let them kind of wrap around your side. Like Tai Chi. I do believe this is a Tai Chi move. Breathing, connecting. Good. And coming back to center. Nice. Okay. Wide feet. We're going to go into a squat. We're going to go into a movement to basically just really absorb and pull up earth energy and then disperse it into our energy field. So we're really strengthening our energy field so we're more connected. So we're just going to pull the energy, bank coming down. We're going to literally grab the energy, pulling it up and then just disperse it. And then we're going to round down, reach for the earth, pull it up, pulling it up into the body and exhale, dispersing it out into your energy field. And let's round it down again. Hold, grabbing the earth energy, pulling it up and all the way out. Good job. Shake it out. And you can do all these exercises and do whatever exercises you want as many times as you want. Next time, okay, so next we're going to do a expand and contract. So I like to think about let's start with a contraction. So I'm sideways so that you can just see my body a little bit better in what I'm doing. So let's start with a contraction. We're going to bend the knees slightly and belly button to the spine. You're going to round your spine and just round over right here. You can bend your knees a little bit deeper, but I want you to feel a nice stretch in the small of the back, however that feels good. And then you're going to take your arms and just hug yourself. And you can move around to the side a little bit, just whatever feels good. Hugging yourself, giving yourself some love, loving yourself, good self-love moment. And then you're going to open yourself up and just breathe in. Just breathe in the blessings from above. And then you're going to pull that into yourself. Hug that in, stretching the back and just loving yourself, loving the body. And then we're going to stand up, inhale and breathe in the blessings. Breathe in the abundance, receive the blessings, opening, and then exhale, holding, hugging and stretching, giving thanks. Yes, holding that in, good, standing up, very nice. Okay, so the next one we're going to do, we're just going to go into some hip circles and some hip work. So we as women have a huge amount of connection to our creative center, our womb space that is literally a place of life creation, and our connection to our second chakra is very, very strong, and we can use that creative energy and connection to really feed our work and feed our life and feed our passions. And so I like to just take a moment sometimes to remember that and remind myself to just kind of loosen up a little bit in the hips. So I just want you to get a nice bend in the knee, whatever feels good to you. And we're just going to do a little sway from side to side. Just a little hip from side to side. You can add your head into it too. You could just be like this. You could just be like this. You could be standing. You don't have to bend your knees. Just do whatever feels right for you, okay? I'm gonna do this because this is what feels good right now, because I'm also getting a little bit of a side stretch when I do that. But right now I'm trying to focus on my hips. And then we're gonna go forward and back. And again, just feel loose with this. Don't feel like you have to put too much tension or stress. We're not trying to work the abdominals right now. We're trying to loosen the hips and any kind of things that are stuck. And then we're just gonna go into a nice circle. So let's go side and back, side and forward. Good. Side, back, side, forward, and good. And again, you could be here with a nice big circle. You could have your knees bent and just isolating into that, whatever feels good to you. Or just standing here and making the circle small. I do suggest putting your hands on your womb space and just taking a moment to intentionally send love and energy into your creative space. And breathing into that. Good. And connecting into the heart as well. And we can add kind of that upper body extension and contraction. So what I'm doing is I'm just circling and I'm extending and I'm contracting. And really this is just about whatever feels good. Like there's no wrong way to move when you're doing what feels good. It's just about the connection and the intention of connecting the heart, and let's go the other way, the heart and the womb space, our heart center and our creative center. Good. And let's just like, again, just do a nice little shake out. Good job. Nice, ladies. And please allow this to be an inspiration for you to create whatever kind of flow or movement that feels good for you. Just getting up and doing something in your day, moving your body in some way to get yourself reconnected back to yourself is really important and really, really helpful for all that we have to do. So let's just find your feet again on the ground, right underneath your hips and shoulders all stacked, your spine nice and tall, your shoulders relaxed, your center connected. Slight tuck in the pelvis, engaging that pelvic floor, and just coming back into your center, feeling your body nice and strong. And we're just gonna take one deep breath. Inhale, the arms coming up, and exhale, hands in prayer, coming to our center. Just feeling deep, deep gratitude for being here, being now, being present, being able to take time to drop into ourselves, to tune in and to share in healing with all these other amazing women that are here. So grateful to get to be a part of this. And just a little quick little plug is that I would love for you to join me in my women's Facebook group called Self-Empowered Health. I'd love for you to join. It's very similar to this group. We're all here just supporting each other in our journeys to be all that we are here to be. And I would love to help support you on your journey. So if you would like to connect with me more or have a conversation or just get to know more about what I do, just send me a message. Just send me a direct message and we'll set a time to have a conversation. So I really look forward to connecting with you and many, many blessings. Thank you so much.
Mom, I need your help. I'm super hungry and
Okay.
I need help with school.
Don't worry.
The Zoom links aren't working and I really need help. And just listen to me. I need help with it. And Mom,
All right.
Mom!
Stop. Oh, I can't take any more. I need a vacation. I need a vacation away from my children, from my family. 24/7. I can't take any more. How about you? I need a me day.
Mom, take a breath. Have some water. It's okay.
Hello, I'm Carolyn K. McGraw. I am an intuitive life coach and hypnotherapist. I have a program for transformational coaching and healing for entrepreneurs, for healers, for speakers, and teens. And I've just created a certification program for intuitive life coach spiritual counseling that I'm super excited about. I have studied the healing arts for the last 20 years. I have a passion for learning things to help people release and let go. Of all the people I've worked with, no matter what it is, I always find the same two core issues. That is self-love and forgiveness. There is such a power in forgiving those who have hurt us and forgiving ourselves for our mistakes and our weaknesses. I have seen miraculous shifts in people who are able to do that. I work on the mindset, releasing the emotions, feeling the love and the forgiveness. Self-healing tools 101. First tip, mindset. Gratitude. Being grateful for everything you have. And even the things you don't like, being grateful for the lessons learned. Gratitude is the key to prosperity. Wake up with a grateful heart. Think about what you are appreciating in your life. Go to sleep at night with what you are appreciating in your life, and you will sleep better. Breathing into gratitude when you're feeling anxious and stressed. I'm grateful to be here connecting with you. Something wonderful is about to happen. My motto. Breathe into gratitude. Something wonderful is about to happen. Believe it. If you live in balance, content in your environment and within, no germ has power over you. Do you get headaches? The solution? Water. Agua. H2O. Drink more water. Yes, I know you know that. But do you know how many amazing things this wonderful free thing that you have at home can do for you? Our body loses water daily. Our cells need water to stay healthy. Water cleanses our organs. It detoxes our system. It's a natural appetite suppressant. It moisturizes our skin. It helps you think more clearly. It helps you focus. When I'm working with students, I remind them to drink while we're working, while they're studying. The first part of healing begins in the mind. The second part of healing is in the heart. And the third part of healing is in the gut. Deep breathing brings oxygen to the brain, helps us learn and focus better. It helps with alleviating depression and anxiety. It puts us in the moment. This is a deep breathing that I like to do that cleanses the blood and massages the organs. Great to do anytime you're anxious or stressed, and I love to do before bedtime. So you breathe in through your nose, you hold it for a few seconds, and you push your belly button out, and then slowly let the breath out and pull the belly button in so there's no breath left. Breathing in, pushing out, hold, slowly pulling in so there's nothing left. You will feel it. You will feel lightness here. Immune boost. This is working on the meridians, the K27 point that's going to boost your immune system. Anytime you're starting to not feel well, you start to do this right away. I don't get sick. The first noticing that I getting a symptom, I do this all through the day, and my immune system is working great. So what you do is collarbone, go down to right about here, and you're going to go in a clockwise circle, and you're going to say clearing, 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 and do this for 20 seconds. And do as many times, if you're not feeling well, as many times through the day. Immune boost, K27. Awesome, it works. The next one is helping with anxiety, is putting the hands on the side of your face and saying, peace, be still, and just breathing. This brings you back into your body, back into the moment. Peace, be still. Instant relief. The next one, releasing tension. In your face, our jaws hold a lot, so you can take your fingers, push up against your cheekbone firmly, follow the ridge, pushing up into past your ears, up into the temple area. Oh, great for headaches, feels really good. So you're pushing against the cheekbones, pushing along the ridge, all the way up slowly, and breathing. Do it one more time, pushing up. I always like to do things in threes. All right. Epsom salts. Get at the drugstore. Take 2 cups, put some essential oils. I love lavender, or any will do, and soak in it as hot as you can for as long as you can. Detox. It helps your lymph system, circulation, aches and pains, hydration, and anxiety, depression. Take an Epsom salt bath. I like to light a candle and make an intention to release emotional toxins as well as physical toxins. And just let it go, do a little meditating. Epsom salts, awesome. Meditation changes the brain. It's that powerful. It changes our perspective. It puts us in the now, in the present moment. It increases creativity and imagination. It helps with addictions. You can get answers and inspiration. So here we go. Breathing in and breathing out. Put one hand here and the other hand here. And think about what you're grateful for as you're breathing. That increases your vibration when you think about gratitude. So I do that for a few moments. And then I imagine warmth and light coming out of my hands into my body. Self-love, accepting myself the way I am. Appreciating myself. Honoring myself. And then I make an intention of how I want to be and feel. I intend to feel confident and healthy. And you can make one each day, whatever you're needing to make your intention for that day. That's my 2-minute meditation. The other one is a grounding meditation. Breathing in and breathing out, and imagining your tailbone and out your feet, a grounding cord going to the earth. And releasing anything that doesn't belong to you, anything that's interfering, just releasing it out. I spend a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes doing that. Letting go other people's energies. Breathing it out with the intention in the breath. And then when that feels complete, I imagine the earth energy coming back up the bottoms of my feet, coming up the front of my spine, and then pulling down divine, heavenly energy off the back of my spine and circulating. And then I put my attention up to be open to receive. And the last one is first, writing down 10 things that you're grateful for. Get in that gratitude space. And then think about someone you've had a conflict with or someone you would like to have a better relationship with. And imagine sending them love and light from your heart to their heart, and that their heart is open to receive that love, that forgiveness. Just sending them, someone that's going through something, you can just send them some love and light in that meditation. And every time I do that, I hear from that person. They reach out to me. I was thinking about you. They felt the energy. And then just open up to receive. Just kind of tuning in to above, divine light energy, and I just listen. Breathing and listening, allowing distracting thoughts to go, coming back to the breath, and then writing down perhaps what's coming to you. Your body is designed to heal itself. If it's not healing, that means there's something out of balance. There's something that needs to be released. And we need people to help us do that when we're feeling stuck. So, drink water, more. Breathe deeply, more. Meditate in the morning to set your day. Use that detoxing with your Epsom salts and essential oils. Think of gratitude. I'm offering a session for $97, worth $250 for whatever you want to work on. If it's personal, if it's health, it's relationships, it's your business, if it's speaking, confidence, we work on self-sabotage, releasing the patterns of the self-sabotage. I bring peace to the chaos, light to the truth, and healing to the pain. I have a Facebook group called Soul Biz Tribe for purpose-driven entrepreneurs, speakers, healers, coaches, finding their purpose, aligning with their divine blueprints, and working to synergize and collaborate together. You can find out more about me on my website, carolinkmcgraw.com. And there I have a free audiobook, and that is Enlightened Ways to Build a Prosperous Business, and also a guided meditation that's empowering and helping you to let go of what's in your way. Best medicine and the cheapest medicine in the world is more play, more laughter, releases endorphins, releases stress. So schedule it in. Playtime, relaxation time. You boost your immune system and stay healthy, happy, and well.
Hello, welcome everybody to the Hope Wellness Retreat. I'm excited to be teaching this class. It's a little different than something I've done in the past, so hopefully it goes pretty well. So my class is called Vagus Nerve Stimulation at Home, Hacking the Central Nervous System to Remove Stress and Inflammation. So let me tell you a little bit about me and what I do. my name's Marlise. I've been a nurse for, well, over 25 years, let's put it that way, in almost every different area of healthcare that is imaginable. A few years ago, I got more into holistic healing, and I'm a traditional indigenous healer in my Erasing Pain Holistic Health Clinic down here in Orangeville. I've got a master's degree in education. I'm a CRPS specialist. That's a very specific pain disease. I came across microcurrent therapy, which is primarily what I do, in 2015, and opened my office then, although we recently expanded out with other practitioners to a complete healing center. I train all over the country, and some of the technologies I use, I sell medical devices to help people be able to do all this stuff without having to go to their doctor all the time. And I do quite a few other things. Anyway, that's enough about me. So I'm going to give you some basic background information here about how everything works so that you can understand what's going on. And then we're going to get into some of the nitty-gritty things that you can actually do at home and start practicing some of these things for the next 20 minutes or so. So generally, anatomically speaking, your body has two different nervous systems. Everybody's heard of the fight or flight reflex. Okay, that's our body's stress mode, and that's part of the sympathetic nervous system. Okay, think about when you're in stress or you're running away from a bear. Your blood pressure goes up, your heart rate goes up, your blood sugar goes up to feed all the cells, the pH goes down, the extremities like the hands and feet gets cold because all that blood is shunted towards the heart. Your eyes dilate so you can, see more things and focus better, and even intimacy is part of this, paying attention, very alert state. This is the brain's beta wave zone, and this is between 13 and 38 hertz. And hertz, you might have heard with radios and things like that. It's just a matter of how fast a sound wave is traveling, or how many pulses per second there are. Anyway, so that's fight or flight. Now, the opposite of fight or flight is what we call Zen mode, or the parasympathetic nervous system, or a term called homeostasis, which means balance. And that's the goal that everybody has. So eating, sleeping, digesting, assimilating information, processing emotions, all of these different things are part of the parasympathetic nervous system, the brain's alpha waves, which is actually slower. So it's between 7 and 12 hertz. The alpha waves is also the same as the Schumann resonance, or how much the earth vibrates. Okay, so the thing I want you to remember about these two nervous systems is that your body can be in one or the other. It can't be both. So thinking about fight or flight, you're running from a bear, all of these Zen mode things, eating, sleeping, digesting, learning, okay, those are shut off. When was the last time you had to stop and go to the bathroom when you were running from a bear? Okay, does that make sense? So when we get stressed, stress ulcers and all of those things, it's because our digestive system is literally shut off. So we have to slow our body back down to be able to do things like process and digest and all of that. Okay, so that's kind of what we're trying to do. So let's talk a little bit more about stress. So this fight or flight system I was just talking about knocks out or counteracts the Zen mode, parasympatheticness system. Your body can only exist in one mode at a time. It's like a switch. It's one or the other. So the more stressed you are, the more the other body systems shut down. Okay. So here's a little bit more of a graphic about the brain waves that I was talking about. Okay. So alpha waves are right here in the middle. This is awake, relaxed Zen mode. Okay. The beta waves are more stressed, and you can see that your brain is vibrating a lot more rapidly. Now, gamma waves are very interesting, because when the monks reach enlightenment, or anybody who's very practiced in meditation, they can speed their brain up to the gamma zone. So that is a meditation and enlightenment and things like that. It's also very focused learning where you're observing stuff, but it's kind of hard to get there. It takes a lot of practice to reach gamma levels. So most of us are better off staying mostly in alpha. Now, betas can also be, learning in school and very focused concentration, but we can only keep that up for so long. Now that, let's talk a little about, so theta is that place between, as Peter Pan would say, sleep and awake, where you still remember dreaming. That's your creativity mode and kind of your musing, and a lot of, things happen there. Now your delta wave is REM sleep, the rapid eye movement when your brain slows really, really down. And that's where dreams usually happen. Okay, so you can see the difference between the delta wave at 0.5 hertz to the gamma wave of 45 hertz. There's quite a range of speed. It's literal speed that our brain is vibrating at. So the chronic pain sleep connection, and the reason I bring this up, is during REM sleep, when our brain is slowed down all the way in that purple zone at the top, the brain recalibrates, takes out the trash, drops our cortisol stress levels that have been building up all day, converts short-term to long-term memory, and does general repair and regeneration. REM sleep is very, very important. And if we aren't reaching REM sleep at least a couple of cycles a night, none of that stuff happens. Now, people who are in chronic pain and have to set an alarm and wake up to take pain medication and things like that may never reach REM sleep for nights at a time and weeks at a time. And so your body never heals. And so it just perpetuates this cycle of long-term chronic pain. But when we can get people back to REM sleep and the body can start healing, that's when we're finally able to break the cycle of chronic pain and start to improve it. Okay. Now, we talked about the longer you spend in the stress zone or the sympathetic nervous system, the more the other body systems shut down. And so that's even harder it is to slow the brain all the way down from, those beta waves through the alpha waves, through the theta waves, and down to the delta waves for sleep. The less sleep you get, the more the pain stress takes over, and it's a vicious cycle, very hard to break. And it is the number one key element of chronic pain relief, is trying to get valid, good REM cycles for body healing. Let's talk a little bit more about different kinds of stress. The brain cannot tell the difference between physical stress and mental stress. The body and brain react the same. So think of a lawyer in a cushy, plush office, getting paid lots of money, but working 80 hours a week, stressed to the limit, versus, a common laborer in the street out in the heat digging ditches or picking fruit all day. Okay, you're going to see them age. So, they might be 50 or 60, or sorry, let me back that. They might be 20 or 30, but they might look 50 or 60 because the body ages so fast. Okay, so that's why, mental stress, physical stress, it's so important to control all of it. Once stress becomes chronic, your immune system becomes increasingly desensitized to cortisol. This decreased sensitivity heightens the inflammatory response. There's the inflammation we're talking about controlling, and allows inflammation to get out of control. Stress stimulates inflammation up to and including sepsis. And we know sepsis is full body panic, shutdown, and you can die from it. Okay. And Dr. Merkel is a name you probably all should recognize. Okay, so now I've given you some basic background information. Let's talk about the vagus nerve. What is this vagus nerve? And are we talking about Las Vegas? No, we're not talking. We're not talking about Las Vegas. So the vagus nerve is one of the 12 cranial nerves that originates in the brain and forms, the heart of the central nervous system versus the peripheral nervous system, which is out in the extremities. So we call it the wandering nerve because it's the longest of the 12 cranial nerves. It connects our brain stem to the heart, the diaphragm, the gut. It actually starts in the brain and goes all the way to your feet. It branches out to every single organ in the body. Now, this is important because it's the control center for the parasympathetic nervous system, and it is what controls inflammation body-wide. So if you stimulate the vagus nerve, you put the brakes on inflammation everywhere, okay? Now, the vagus nerve also manages and processes our emotions. So those gut instincts we're talking about, or follow your heart, that is all the vagus nerve, okay? The relationship between depression, inflammation, metabolic syndrome, weight gain and all that stuff, and heart disease, all of it is mediated by the vagus nerve. Many people that feel that vagus nerve is the future of medicine, VNS, vagus nerve stimulation. Robert Van Bergen is the son of Dr. H.O.P.E up in Canada and kind of the worldwide leaders in microcurrent right now. But you can see in this photo that the vagus nerve starts in the pons, which is a very specific part of the area of the brainstem. Okay, it goes down the neck, it goes into the heart, it goes into the lungs, it goes into the pancreas and the kidney and the stomach and the liver and the small intestine and actually the colon and everything, and it winds down all the way up in the feet. So the vagus nerve is a very big, important main highway for your body's electrical communication system. And when we stimulate the vagus nerve, like I said, it's like putting the brakes on inflammation. When I'm using microcurrent therapy in my little device at my clinic with vagus nerve stimulation, I can do a very gentle retune, like tuning a radio, bringing everything back to that alpha 7 to 12 hertz. Or I can use a higher frequency that's an anti-inflammatory frequency directly on that vagus nerve, which acts as a heart emergency stop. So depending on the frequency and the duration used, microcurrent therapy is the best way to do vagus nerve stimulation, okay, and the most effective, but it's not the only way, okay? If you go to Dr. What's his name? Sorry, there's a video here. I don't think I can play the video, sorry. But I will put the link in the comments and on the handout so you can go look it up. If you Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever you use, hacking the central nervous system, there's a scientific article from August a few years ago talking about stimulating the vagus nerve and how it turns off the inflammatory process. And I believe it's Dr. Tracy Nelson that they did a video about vagus nerve stimulation a couple of years ago and how they were developing technology that they could implant into the body near the neck and connect the leads to the vagus nerve itself and automatically stimulate the vagus nerve. And they did a study with rheumatoid arthritis and Parkinson's disease and a few other things. Anyway, they would stimulate the vagus nerve for 20 minutes, 4 times a day. And within just a few weeks, people that were debilitated in wheelchairs with chronic arthritis were up walking around almost pain-free. But they wanted to do that with, expensive surgeries and devices and implanting things in the body and, creating scar tissue. And you know how modern medicine is, trying to, overcomplicate things a little bit. Anyway, so it's very convenient to have this happen 20 minutes, 4 times a day without you having to think about it. But there are ways to do vagus nerve stimulation, not involving all of that are just as effective that you can do topically from the outside. Microcurrent therapy is one way. And if you're interested in experiencing that, please come to my clinic and let me show you. But microcurrent therapy, stimulating the vagus nerve, or even other ways stimulating the vagus nerve, will stop sepsis in its tracks, reverses that system-wide inflammatory process, panic response, calms the brain down and gets everything kind of functioning again. Does the same thing with anxiety. In the middle of a stroke, I had a good friend who thought she was experiencing a heart attack, and she grabbed her microcurrent and put it on the vagus nerve. And by the time she got to the hospital, they couldn't find the heart attack. It stopped it that significantly. And even migraine, 75% of the time, or even more, you can get rid of a migraine within minutes with vagus nerve stimulation. So that's why when we're doing a spa weekend like this, in times where the whole world is in panic because of COVID, we need to calm the fear down. We need to get the anxiety down. We just need to get our body back in, the alpha, kind of Zen mode a little more often. So that's what I'm going to do for the rest of this class, is go through some of the ways that you can do that at home if you don't have a microcurrent therapy device or other things going on. Okay. So here's how to do it at home. Now remember, the vagus nerve passes through the belly, diaphragm, lungs, throat, inner ear, facial muscles, top to bottom. So stimulating these areas in specific ways activates what we call a mind-body feedback loop. And some things work better than others, but all of them stimulate the vagus nerve and flip the switch out of stress back to alpha and get your body doing what it's supposed to be doing. So the first thing we're going to talk about is humming or oming. So you watch the videos of the meditation and you put your fingers in the shirt when you go om. Okay, that humming activates the vagus nerve. You can chant mantras. The monks, the Tibetan monks that do the chants, or you go to church and sing hymns, especially in a group. And when you're doing it in a group, this oming or hymn singing produces oxytocin. I'm sorry to throw a lot of medical terms, you guys, but it's the love or connection hormone, and stimulates the muscles in the throat. So this is a very, very simple way. What's the song? There was a song I learned in church primary. Hum your favorite hymn. Sing out with vigor and vim, and you will find it clears your mind. Hum your favorite hymn. So that's the first way that we can do vagus nerve stimulation. Any kind of classical music really is going to do that. All right. Number 2, how to do vagus nerve at home. Mild exercise. Now you want to do aerobic stuff. Very mild stuff, such as walking your dog. You're not trying to get all hot and sweaty or get your heart rate or anything like that. But we want you to go for a walk and just kind of gently get things moving. When I'm a nurse in the hospital, and somebody's had surgery and we've completely shut their gut down with anesthesia, the first thing we do is get them up out of bed and get them walking, and they notice they start passing gas, and everything starts to wake up and starts to work again. Okay, so think about just mild exercise. Okay. Going back to yoga and meditation, there's something called the half smile position. And there's a few other things, but this is one of the better, easier ones to do. So I want everybody to do this. Sit comfortably in whatever position you want. Close your eyes. Now turn the corners of your mouth up in a half smile. I don't want any big, bright smiles or making your muscles tired, but I just want you to exercise those facial muscles and curve your mouth up a little bit. Okay. Now imagine your jaw softening and a relaxed, melted butter feeling spreading across your whole face, your entire head, down your shoulders, to your fingertips. Okay. Now, notice the subtle changes in the quality of your thoughts and emotions. Everything all of a sudden, that position of your mouth activated your vagus nerve and you started thinking more calmly. And then you can go into homing or humming or singing, and you can combine some of these different techniques. But this half smile position is a really fun, easy way to get the process started. Okay. There's something called the diving reflex or acute cold exposure, kind of like a surprise. Okay. So you can do this. You can splash cold water in your face between the lips and the scalp, just right there on your nose by your eyes. That triggers the vagus nerve. You can do it with an ice pack, or even drinking ice cold water down your throat will do it to a degree, but it's better on your face because of how it works. Okay. There's something called the Valsalva maneuver or bearing down, and there's a couple ways to do this. Now it happens automatically when you're a little constipated and you have to have a bowel movement. That pushing out feeling, like when you're having a baby or pushing out a bowel movement. So that's part of Valsalva maneuver, but you can do it otherwise. So I want everybody to practice this. Keep your mouth closed, pinch your nose, and close your mouth, and try to breathe out. What happens? Everything kind of tenses in that bearing down feeling. That's a Valsalva maneuver. Now, if somebody's having a panic attack or hyperventilating or anything like that, don't just say, calm down, breathe slowly. Actually try and get them to do this particular maneuver, and it's going to be kind of an emergency stop on that panic. It activates the vagus nerve. This is one of the strongest ways to do it. You can gargle. Salt water is a good thing to do it with. Or there's lots of different things. Some people gargle with light peroxide. You can do it with apple cider vinegar if it's not going to make you gag. But gargling is a way to activate the vagus nerve. Now, it also stimulates the muscles of the neck and the soft palate, and it's linked to improved memory performance. How interesting is that? Okay. Self-compassion or loving kindness meditation or affirmations. These also all stimulate the vagus nerve and bring your body back into Zen alpha mode. Now, it's easier for us to be compassionate about other people. So we're going to start with that. Okay. So sit in that yoga half smile position and think about your best friend or your sister or your mom. Okay. And I want you to silently think positive phrases. What is the thing you like about your best friend or your mom or your brother or whatever? Okay. Now, this demonstrates an overall increase in positive emotions like serenity, joy, and hope, as well as improved vagal tone, just sitting there thinking good thoughts about other people and sending them love. Now, this is a little harder, but you need to be just as loving to yourself as you are to others. Talk to your own body. Love every part of it. Hello, belly. I know you're a little softer and a lot bigger than I would like you to be. But I love what you do for me, and I love that you're part of me, and we're going to work together to make improvements. But I'm happy with my body the way it is right now. I completely love and accept myself in all of my flaws, and I'm going to continue to improve. Okay? Speak your praise out loud, looking in a mirror. Talk to your body parts that aren't working and say, okay, let's give them some encouragement. There can be a big disconnect between our subconscious mind and our conscious mind. What we think of might be wrong. Our subconscious might not have a clue. So this is one way that we can directly address that. All right. Connection and hugging. and positive social relationships. And notice I said positive because, for every good thing, there's an equal and opposite bad thing. All right. But connection and hugging. And this is harder to do right now with the whole COVID social distancing garbage going on. But it's still very, very important. They have done studies in orphanages and things, and babies that are touched grow and develop, and babies that are not touched do not. And that applies just as much to kids and teenagers and adults as anybody else. So connection and hugging is very, very important. Now, if you can't do it physically because of COVID, or, you're home alone, a single people or anything like that, you can reach out physically. Reach out and touch someone, as the old commercial says. Call, send a text message, go to social media, any way at all. Be positive and uplifting. And just have intentional connection. Hey, I'm checking in on you. How are you doing? Okay. Or, send somebody a cute emoji, or share a cat video. Anything you need to do, but reach out, connect with somebody, check on them, have a discussion, just connect. Physically, you can massage the neck or have somebody do it for you along the carotid sinus. So that's right along. Now, where you feel your pulse, that is very near your carotid sinus in your neck. Now, don't necessarily do both of them together or with a lot of pressure, because you can kind of cut off some of that blood for your brain, but you can alternate, or you can do one side or the other, just gentle massage. Now, the place to do that on your feet is right at the top of the arch, and it doesn't have to be right in the center. It can be all along the arch of your foot. And this kind of massage is demonstrated to help infants gain weight by stimulating the gut function. Remember, the vagus nerve controls your gut function and your digestion. And this is part of the physical connection of, number 8 we just talked about as well. Okay. Now, this is an interesting one. It's not something everybody's going to do. Use it very rarely. But in certain circumstances, it's a very positive thing. But again, do it very rarely because your body can become reliant on them. But if your gut is not working, maybe there's some kind of, the constipation, the blockage, whatever. So we need to clear that. But more than that, this acts kind of like a sprint for your vagus nerve. So expanding the bowel, stretching it out, actually triggers reflexes that increases that vagus nerve activation and gets everything moving. Part of this is allowing the liver to release toxins. So an enema occasionally, like not more than once a month or something like that, is a good detox exercise for many, many ways. Now, if you read old books and, medical manuals and things like that, you'll hear them referred to as clysters or cloisters. Okay, that is actually referring to enemas. So you very carefully choose your substance. And unless you're in the medical field and have a very specific reason for doing certain things, basic soap suds is the best thing. Okay, so just get a bag with warm water and a little teeny tiny bit of dish soap, like Dawn Blue or something like that. Shake it up and, allow it to very slowly drip in. So the best way to do this is, laying on the ground with your leg up a little bit, and allow the fluid to run in very gently and slowly. You're not trying to force it. You don't want to cause a, rupture or anything like that, but allow it to fill, and then hold it for up to 20 minutes, nothing more than that. Just allow it to fill and stretch, and then release everything and detoxify your body. All right. Moving on to something a little more pleasant now. Okay, the music is medicine, as Marie Osmonds would say, music is medicine. Anyway, there are healing musical frequencies. Now, there's a guy called Michael Terrell who has a brand called Whole Tones, who actually tunes the instruments to specific healing frequencies that he discovered in the Bible and a few other, different things. There's a set of 7 tones that are very, very healing, and different things do different, Anyway, he's got 20 to 30-minute musical songs in these different healing frequencies, and they really do affect your body and allow things to stimulate. Well, the main one, 444, is the one that specifically acts on the vagus nerve and general feelings of well-being. Classic music in general does this. Now, there's another new company that came out a couple years ago called Nirvana. They have, it's basically a special kind of, earphones. It's a wearable product that you put on the left ear that sends electrical signals to the vagus nerve and syncs with music. And some people report it actually kind of makes them high, like they were on drugs. You don't have to go that far, but you get a very good feeling of well-being. And there's something else called Brain Tap, and we actually have this available in our clinic. It's a wearable headset. So it's both binaural beats, so you've got different sounds in ear and your body, your brain determines the difference between them for the right frequency. But then it adds light therapy through the eyes and the ears to coordinate with the music. And it really is effective at stimulating your vagus nerve and programming your brain for all kinds of different things, whether it's general meditation or weight loss or PTSD, or there's hundreds, excuse me, hundreds of different programs you can put through your BrainTap. Now you can do it through now BrainTap is an app. You can download the app and do the songs and stuff through any headset. But the headset that they have adds the light therapy to it, which makes it even more effective. Okay, so those are all little gadgets, but you can get those at home. Anything relaxing. I want you to practice consciously removing stress with activities you enjoy, from reading a book to taking a bubble bath to cuddling with your pets to exercising. All of this consciously exercises the vagal tone and muscle and improves your body's ability to de-stress more quickly. So it's like a muscle. Consciously relax, and then it will make it easier when you're in a panic situation to consciously relax. So exercise that muscle, and I want you to do some self-care. Okay, diaphragmatic breathing, or active, conscious, or sometimes called elevator breathing. Okay, think about how we breathe. Are we using our diaphragm to blow up balloons, very consciously forcing air out? Excuse me, too much smoke in the air. Thinking opera singing, versus passively just not thinking about breathing and allowing our diaphragm to rise, which collapses our lungs. So basically air pressure just vacuum, air goes in and out. So this is shoulder breathing versus the elevator breathing. And you can see the teacher teaching the kids to do elevator breathing here, okay? So when we tell people to calm down and breathe, this is the kind of breathing we're talking about, okay? So how do you do this? I want you to get in your half smile position or something comfortable, close your eyes, and we're gonna slow our breaths down. So normal people breathe 10 to 14 breaths a minute. We're gonna go about half that, okay? So slowly breathe, okay? We're gonna inhale up to 5, okay? Breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hold it. Now exhale, okay? To a count of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, kind of like fogging a mirror with the sound. Okay, diaphragmatic breathing like this also stimulates lymph flow and detoxing. And there's another very interesting website I'm going to plug here called wilddivine.com. It teaches kids, with animation and music and things like that, how to breathe properly and incorporate biofeedback. And it's just as good for adults, but it's kind of designed for kids. Okay, let's talk a little bit about laughter. Why is laughter the best medicine? Because it triggers the vagus nerve and brings your body back to alpha, and it is impossible to be stressed while laughing. Okay, it by nature includes this diaphragmatic breathing. Now, if you've seen Patch Adams' story or the movie with Robin Williams, his philosophy and style are a great example. This is how your body heals. When I'm in the intensive care unit and somebody's in a panic all the time, I'm much, much more worried about them going septic and dying on me than somebody that might have had a worse surgery or a bigger problem that's just kind of chill and relaxed and enjoying family visits and whatever. I'm not nearly as worried about them as I am somebody who is very mild in symptoms, but very major in panic. It's that important. Norman Cousins in 1979 wrote a book detailing how he laughed himself out of cancer, for which he won a Nobel Prize. So laughter is a very, very good way to stimulate your vagus nerve at home. Mini trampolines. Okay, think about it. With every jump, your diaphragm is squeezing. Okay, rebounder is the best, most well-known model, but almost anything will work as long as it's done controlled. And it just has to be teeny tiny bounces. You don't even have to, bounce off the surface, just up and down. Go jump on the bed with your friends. There's a reason kids like jumping on the bed. It calms them down. So interesting tidbit. After 3 to 5 minutes, not a ton, on a trampoline, your energy index doubles. Your body's ATP production doubles. Your muscle tone improves. It edges the anaerobic weight loss zone without staying there or going out of very often. Stimulates lymph drainage, and so many more things. Autistic kids with ADHD and concentration issues, this is the best way, 3 minutes on a trampoline, to help them get all the energy out, calm themselves down and refocus. So a lot of special ed classrooms have these. Okay. The last thing I want to talk about is light. Okay, we have, Lumaceuticals, harmonic light therapy, and different colors of light do a lot of different things. But at home, candlelight pulses at 10 hertz. Guess what? That's right in the middle of our alpha 7 to 12 range. So focus on a candle, watch a fire in a fireplace, stimulate your vagus nerve, bring your body back to Zen. So I hope some of these things have been very helpful for you. Moving forward from here, I know I'm close to out of time. Make an appointment for a free consultation in our clinic. You can visit our website at erasingpain.com. You can schedule an appointment online through the Jane app, link right here. You can email us, you can call me, you can text me. Now, if you come in for a free consult or call for a free consult, we can do it by telehealth or by remote, by phone. Mention HOPE for this retreat and receive 30% off your first session. Hopefully that's a pretty good deal and gives you some incentive to do some self-care and make it easy. Healing does not have to be as hard as we think it is. You can learn more. I have a lot of classes like this on a website called Crowdcast, and it's a .io, not a .com. Kind of weird. If you scroll to page 2, there's a 45-minute free introduction that goes into microcurrent therapy and scar tissue neutralization and stuff in detail. Of course, we would love for you to like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, all at Erasing Pain. And on Facebook group, we have a group called Erasing Pain Wellness Strategies, where we talk about a lot of these, different things that come along and when new studies come out about this, that, or the other. And I try and take the best of all of the, healers around the world that I'm in contact with and post in there for, helpful tidbits for you to do at home. Anyway, I've loved teaching this class, and I'm glad to have been a part of it, and I hope to get to meet lots of you soon. Thank you very much for joining me, and have a wonderful weekend.
Welcome to Jenny Hughes Healing. I have a question for you. Have you ever gotten a wake-up call? I got one about 7 years ago. It was just a typical day. I was picking up my kids from elementary school, and we were driving home. And suddenly a shoe hit me in the back of the head, hard. That shoe came from the back seat, from my 9-year-old son, who was angry because we weren't stopping for a treat. It was not treat day, and I had told him, no, we cannot stop for a treat. I had to take a deep breath, remind myself to stay calm, and just say, there will be consequences for that. And then we drove home. When we got home, the kids jumped out of the car and went off to play, as if nothing had happened. But to me, this was a turning point. I felt like all the years of seeking out help for these challenging behaviors, I felt like my marriage felt bad. I had been in therapy, I'd been seeking out all this help, and I just felt like things were getting worse. And I thought to myself, I did everything that I was supposed to do. Why are things not getting any better? And I started to cry. And I thought, okay, just surrender, just cry it out for a little while, and then I'll feel better, and I'll be able to get back to being a mom and figure out what those darned consequences are going to be for this behavior. But you know what? I didn't stop crying. In fact, it got more intense. I was sobbing. I was hyperventilating. And I realized that I couldn't stop. And that was really scary. I had never experienced that before. Pretty soon, I was feeling so lightheaded that it seemed like I was going to pass out. And I did the only thing I could think to do was to call for help. I called 911, and the ambulance and a fire truck came up our driveway. The paramedics did a full workup on me because I was just sitting kind of slumped on the kitchen floor. And then they gave me a choice. Yeah, the lady that's sitting in a puddle on the floor, let's give her a choice. Sounds like a good idea. Not. The paramedic said, ma'am, we could just leave you here. It looks like you could be okay, but you do have the choice to take the ambulance ride and go see a doctor. Oh, and I was thinking to myself, well, hey, I'm strong. I can just push through this. I'll be okay. But on the other hand, I felt like things are just getting worse. I need some kind of help. And I thought, oh, it's probably going to cost like $500, but you know what? I need something to change. I need some help. And I chose to go on an ambulance ride. Now, this did not turn out the way I expected at all. I thought maybe I would get some tender, loving care and get some answers, figure out what to do next. But no, the ambulance ride was like an interrogation. They started asking me all these questions like, ma'am, do you smoke? I was like, no. Do you do drugs? I'm like, no. We're like, can we check your arms? What, really? And then they asked me, do you drink? I was like, well, yeah, I have like one drink a couple of times a week, maybe. And then they asked me, how often do you have panic attacks? And I was like, oh, is that what this is? I had never had one before. I didn't even know. Well, we got to the hospital and they didn't have any rooms available. So they put me on a bed in the hallway. You know, lots of people passing by. It's close to the nurse's station, lots of activity. And you know how it is if you've ever been to the ER, you have to wait quite a while to talk to the doctor. I got about 5 minutes with the doctor, and most of that time he was explaining to me how the paper bag works. And he wrote me a prescription for Xanax and he sent me on my way. I got home that night, we filled the prescription, I got home, I took the medication, and whew, boy, was that a bad idea. I had horrible nightmares all night long. I could barely get up the next day to get my kids to school. It was really questionable if I should have been driving my kids in the car. Luckily, we lived in a really remote area. It was just small back roads. But this was not the help that I was seeking. Now, luckily and thankfully to divine timing, I had just signed up for this online personal development program. And I soon found myself surrounded by women who understood me, understood what I was going through. We had a lot in common, and we learned tools on how to navigate these challenging emotions in life. And I'm happy to say that I have never had another panic attack. And I've been on this fantastic journey of discovery and personal development and healing. And that's why I'm here today, to share some of these tools so that you will be able to take some simple and easy tools that can have a profound change on your life. So welcome to Jenny Hughes Healing. I am in my home studio right now, and you're in the right place. If you want to discover more inner clarity and freedom, if you want to improve your body's ability to heal, and you want to support your immune system, I think everybody wants to support their immune system right now, right? And if you are willing to learn a few new strategies for moving through your challenges more gracefully. To prepare for what we're going to learn today, you'll need to have a firm and comfortable place to lie down on your back. I suggest a yoga mat or a blanket on the floor. A bed is probably too soft, and you need some elbow room, so a couch might not be a great option either, okay? Remove as many distractions as possible. Silence your electronics. Let anybody in the household know that this is your time and you're learning something important. Okay, and have the intention to participate really fully and to learn something new. I want to suggest that the most important thing for your health and well-being is to take care of your spine and to pay attention to where your focus is. In the 7 years that I've been studying coaching and healing facilitation, these are the top 2 things that I wanted to bring to this training today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why before we get into the new skills. All right. The reason that your spine is super important is because it houses your spinal cord. That cord is your main communication channel between your body and your mind. And we need that. We need the communication of our body, sensing what's in our environment, communicating that back to the brain, saying what we need. It's taking stock of all of your organs, what's going on the inside your body and outside of your body, communicating with your brain, and then your brain can then figure out what needs to happen, and that communicates back to your body for what it should be doing. Okay, so it's coordinating, your nervous system is coordinating everything that your body does, both consciously and unconsciously. Now, healing only happens when your nervous system is in what we call the parasympathetic mode. That is when you feel safe and your body says, okay, it's time for rest, for rejuvenation. We can get that digestion online. We can get the immune system online. Now, the problem is that in our society, we are running around firing off the sympathetic nervous system. That's the stress response. That's when our brains are searching the horizon for danger and our bodies are ready for fight or flight. We have stress in our minds from how we think, how we perceive our world, and we have tension in our bodies from the experiences that we've had in life. Stress keeps us focused on these problems. And what you focus on, you get more of. It's part of law of attraction that I want to talk a bit about today. Right? What you focus on expands. So what we have is really a vicious cycle. We're living in stress. Stress causes us to look for problems. The focus on problems makes us more stressed, and we go around and around and around. When is our body supposed to heal and rest and have proper digestion? All right, so what is happening when you are in stress response? Resources in your body are diverted away from your organs and your immune system to the extremities. That helps you get ready to fight or run. Now, in your mind, stress is my example of what a mind-body issue is. We hear the term mind-body tossed around quite a bit. Well, stress is a great example of a mind-body issue because we've got things going on in the body where the resources are being diverted to, and then we have blood flow in the brain. The blood flow is actually being diverted away from your cortex and going to your hindbrain. So the executive functions of the cortex, like planning and decision-making, moderating social behaviors, creativity, intuition, those are all kind of taken offline, and the blood flow is going to the hindbrain, what we call the lizard brain. So I call this going from wizard to lizard. Being able to create this incredible life to, oh my gosh, we're just the lizard that's about to get eaten by the cat. So stress really is the issue that is blocking our healing, it's blocking our inner clarity, and it's compromising our immune system as well. We hear a lot about stress, but I think we don't hear enough about tension, chronic tension in the body. Your posture really matters. The tension on your spine actually causes stress. It's part of the vicious cycle. So if you look at the pictures I have here, when the gal is slouching, what is that doing to her spinal cord? It's pulling it, right? And if you think about a tube, if you pull a tube, what happens to the inner diameter of that tube? It gets smaller. So we're squeezing down on the communication pathway of our nervous system. That can't be good. And on top of that, your body has a very important strategy called somaticizing. Basically, it's stuffing. Everybody is familiar with the term stuffing emotions or stuffing this or that. So we have traumatic experiences that happen in our life. They can be big or they can even be small. Let's take, for example, you're a kid and you're learning to ride a bike. You want to impress your dad or your mom or whoever. And you fall down and it really hurts. But you want to impress whoever is watching. So you just say, oh well, I'll just forget, I'm just going to push through it. I'm going to climb back on the bike and keep riding. So your body helps you out with this a little bit. It says, okay, the cortex is not ready to process this information yet. So we're going to stuff it away like a data file into the body. It's actually stored in the tissues as tension. And these tensions use up your vital life energy. That's why we have less and less vital life energy as we go through life, because we have all these experiences, they get stuffed, they're waiting for processing. So we need tools to help us process these data files out so we can release tension and regain some of our vital life energy. Please ponder this thought for a moment, that the shape, tone, and tension of your life out there is actually a reflection of the shape, tone, and tension of your physiology. Okay. Here is the good news. You can easily facilitate spine care and healing with yourself using 4 things that you already possess. Sensation, touch with your hands. Your focus, you have control. That's about the only thing you have control of, really, in this life, is where are you putting your focus. Your breath. You can focus in on your breath and movement of your body. So we're going to use these 4 things today in the skills that I'm teaching you. Connecting with your body is the path to creating a space for healing, for creating greater inner clarity, clearer thinking, and that gives you more inner freedom. I like to say that healing is not something that we do. It's actually an innate intelligence that your body has. We just have to create space for it. All right, so EPC skill number 1, I'm just going to call it awareness. The goal of this skill is to experience a variety of states in the different areas of your body. States such as ease or maybe ick. Could be anger, could be frustration. There's these different states, and no matter what state we mentally feel like we're in, the different states exist in various places in your body. So the goal of this first exercise is really to recognize that. So the intention for this exercise is going to be to find places of ease, because remember, by law of attraction, what you focus on expands. So really, it's a great strategy to focus on wellness, to focus on what's working rather than what we're trained to do, which is focus on problems. Okay, so now is the time to lie on your back, get comfortable, have your knees bent and your feet planted flat on the ground. We're going to be looking for ease in several different places on your body, and know this going in. If there's anywhere that you put your hands and you start focusing in and it doesn't feel good at all, move away from it. Go put your hands back to where you had ease, or simply put them next to your side, because we don't want to give any attention right now to the places that are not feeling ease, that are not feeling connected, okay? So the first thing you're going to do is cup your hands gently over your eyes. So you want the palms of your hands to be cupping over your eyes, not pressing down on your eyeballs. Just a gentle cupping. What this is going to do is help you bring your breath and your focus to this specific location. So bringing your focus behind your eyes, you're breathing in your nose and out your mouth. Just gentle breaths. This doesn't have to be any deep, special breath. Don't work too hard. You're just going to be gently breathing in your nose and out your mouth. And seeing if you can find some ease behind your eyes. Remembering that we're using 4 things that we already possess. You're touching your head, gently cupping your hands over your eyes. You're bringing your breath and your focus to the area behind your eyes. And then the 4th thing is movement. I want you to pretend that you have lungs in your head. And those lungs are inhaling and exhaling. And just notice how much ease you can find in this position. Okay, and the next position we're going to move to is right over your heart. I want your hands, this is where you need some elbow room. I want your palms to be overlapping. So the bottom of your palm on the top hand is actually going to be touching the knuckles of your other hand, so that your palms are overlapping. Those are going to help you with your focal point. And just gently laying your hands on your chest, no pressure, but we've got that sensation of touch, bringing the breath and the focus to the area underneath your hands, breathing in your nose and out your mouth. Noticing the movement there, just seeing if there's any ease. And if this does not feel good, it may not, and that's fine. Go back to where there is some ease, or just put your hands down. Okay, we're just going to be taking a few of these breaths at each location. The next location is your sternum, the base of your sternum. This is where your ribs come together. At the base of that, there's something called the xiphoid process. Your hands are going to be overlapped, your palms overlapped right in that area. Some people refer to this area as the solar plexus. Breathing in your nose and out your mouth. Breath and focus, seeing if there's any ease. And if there isn't, back to a place of ease or hands off. And the final place we're going to check into is right off the belly button. So your palms are overlapped over your belly button. You're breathing gently in your nose and out your mouth. Bringing breath and focus to the area underneath your hands. noticing if there's any ease. And when you're ready, gently putting your hands to the side and coming back to a seated position. Good time for a drink of water. It's a good time to take some notes. If you brought a pen and paper, not mandatory at all. Noticing which positions did you find ease? Which position had the best place of ease? All right. What I really wanted you to get from the first exercise is that not all these places in your body feel the same, do they? Some places there's more ease. Some places there tends to be discomfort even. We have different states within our body. But the cool thing to know is that you always have access to ease somewhere in your body. Now, the second skill I want to teach you is how to expand that ease. And the goal is to share ease from where you found the most and deliver it to the second best place of ease. And you're going to use these magic things that we call hands. So go ahead and lie down again. And if you need to, check those positions again over your eyes. You just take a couple of breaths right there in your nose, out your mouth. And just determine which is the best place of ease. And I don't want there to be some stress about, oh, I can't figure out which one is the best. It's fine. As long as you can find some ease in two places, that's awesome. All right, so when you're ready, you're going to put your hands in the best place of ease. For me right now, it's in my head. And you're going to gently breathe in your nose and out your mouth, just like before. This time, your hands are going to be like a sponge. They're going to be soaking up the ease. After about 6 breaths or so, you're going to move your hands to the second best place of ease. Maybe that was your belly, maybe it was your chest, maybe it was your sternum. Anywhere that you were able to connect to some amount of ease is just fine. And you're going to notice that your hands have the ability to deliver some of that ease into this other location. Okay, and when you're ready, go ahead and sit up. And that's it. How easy is that? Just checking in with your body, finding some ease, sharing some ease. It's very simple, and I want to impress upon you that spine care is the top priority, and this is an excellent tool for doing that. Okay, you're reducing stress and tension, you're taking care of your spine, you're boosting your immune system, you're creating space for healing, and you're actually restoring some of your vital energy. I hope you can feel that. The next important thing is the law of attraction. What you focus on expands. So it's really smart to focus on wellness, focus on what's working. Where's that ease? Let's share that ease around. And know this, that these EPC skills that you practiced and learned today, they're actually creating new neurological pathways between your body and your brain. That's why they are so effective. All right? You're going to improve your ability to respond with more clarity to the world around you. And I always like to have a call to action. Would you expect to get in great shape after just a single workout? No, right? Repetition is the key in almost everything I can think of. That's why it's great to have a tool that is so simple and easy to use. You can take just a few minutes a day, find where the ease is, share the ease. You're expanding the ease, you're expanding your wellness, you're taking care of yourself. All right, so take a few minutes each day to connect with your body. If you want to learn more or you have questions, I've got how to reach me right up on the screen. My email is jenny@jennyhugheshealing.com. You can find my website at jennyhugheshealing.com. My Facebook page, same thing, search for Jenny Hughes Healing. You can even call or text me. I would love to hear from you and have a conversation. That's at 530-389-4141. It's actually easy to work with me. I always start with a complimentary private consultation. It can be over the phone, it can be in person here at my home healing studio in Auburn, California. And if you book your complimentary clarity session with me within 24 hours of this class, you will be eligible to get the assessment and report of findings sessions complimentary on me, on the house, and that's a $75 value. Referrals are really loved and appreciated. If you refer someone to me and they begin care, you get a $50 credit towards my services. So again, you can contact me at 530-389-4141 or jennyhugheshealing.com. I hope this has been super helpful for you, and I hope to see you soon.
Alone again in a crowded room, cornered by the questions in my mind. It's so hard to understand how the life that I had planned stole my joy and left me far behind. Far behind. Far behind. What happens when you have a dream? What happens when you have a dream and it's interrupted? A dream to be something or someone that you're not yet. A dream to achieve something that you have not yet. Oprah Winfrey said the biggest adventure that you can take is to live the life of your dreams. But what if for some reason, or for many reasons, you have not fulfilled the dream that you desire? Is it too late? Are you too old? I dare to say no. You can begin again. Today, we are going to talk today about 7 steps to dream your dreams when they've been interrupted. Step 1, dare to dream. Dare to decide to dream again. Everything begins in the heart and the mind. Every great achievement began in the mind of one person. They dared to dream, to believe that it was possible. Take some time to allow yourself to ask, what if? And think big. Again. Yes, again. Choose again. You can't let negative thinking discourage you. Yet, up to this point, you have not achieved the dream, but you still can. I say dare because I know that there are times when fear comes in. It says fear is false evidence appearing real. I would like you to recoin and rephrase that. Reframe it. Look at fear and turn it to your benefit. Facing every and all restrictions. Restrictions in your mind, restrictions in your heart, the things that have held you back. But do dare to decide to dream again. 2. Reclaim, refocus, and refire. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Yes, your dream needs to be reclaimed. And you need to refocus, because what we focus on grows. I'll say it again. What we focus on grows. Our wonderful brain will give us back exactly what we give it. And it does so in magnificent magnitude. So refocus after you've made the decision to begin again. I want you to assess and activate. That's step 3. Take an inventory. What are you working with? What skills do you have? What resources do you have? Maybe there's classes that you can take. Do you need to get a mentor or a coach? Then activate. There is a saying, write the vision and make it plain upon tables, so they that read it can run with it. Activate that dream by writing it down and taking that assessment and seeing what it is that you can do. Make it clear, activate it in your heart and in your mind, because again, your brain will give back to you what you give to it. And then excavate and exclaim. That's number 4. Excavate, you might think? Yes, excavate. The dream that you have is still there. To excavate means to dig out and through to get to what remains. You've made the decision that yes, you want to begin again. You've taken an assessment of where you are and what it is that you need to do, and you've written some things down. Now you need to dig and uncover, excavate, and get back to that dream. It's still there. It may have shifted some, it may have changed some, but it is still there. Then exclaim it. What do I mean? You have to speak it out. You have to talk about it. The one that wants to achieve must tell themselves first, and those that they trust, what the dream is. Why? As we continually say it, we begin to believe it more and more. If we're talking about it, it must be possible. Did you know that you believe yourself before you believe anyone else? So make sure that you are exclaiming what it is that you want to achieve. Step 5 is getting motivated and moving. Robert Schuller, he's an evangelist and pastor and motivational speaker, liked to tell people to achieve great things and to believe in their dreams. He said, if you can dream it, you can do it. And that high achievers spot rich opportunities swiftly, make decisions quickly, and move into action immediately. If you get motivated and move, follow these principles, you can make your dreams come to life. Jack Johnson was a professional boxer, and he said, don't let your dream be just a dream. Every dream must take the form of a plan. As I said previously, make sure that you've written the plan down and then begin to get motivated and read it over and over and over again. The more you read it, the more you say it, the more you think about it, the more motivated you'll be and the more likely you are to move. Make sure you surround yourself with people who can support you and believe in your dream as well. When you hit those bumps, they can make sure that you continue moving. That's important. Step 6, do the work and finish. Be a finisher. Think about baking a cake. You have all of these wonderful ingredients that go into it. What good is it if you do all of the work of mixing it and then don't put it in the oven and let it bake to completion? It is absolutely necessary to do the work and finish. Those that are successful are those that finish and are hard workers. While the rest of the world is sitting on their sofas, Netflixing and chilling, watching reruns, achievers are working on their goals. They're achieving their dreams. Here is a short little equation that I've heard that I believe that will help you. Your short-term tasks multiplied by time equal long-term accomplishments. Even in the ancient writings of the Bible, it is mentioned that ants do work. Yes, ants. They move things from one place to another. They get the job done. They do the work and complete the task. The last step is envision and enjoy. Envision the journey. Envision yourself at the end of the journey. Envision yourself accomplishing the joy and enjoy the process. Trust that your footsteps are ordered, and when you have reached your goal, you're living your dream, be sure to enjoy it then. Don't worry about what's next, but be there, in it, right there with it, and enjoy it. Give yourself rewards along the way. Give yourself a huge reward when you get there. You know what that is. But be gracious and be generous and use your dream to benefit others. Then go back to number 1 and dream again. And this time, dream bigger. Napoleon Hill, the writer and entrepreneur, said we should cherish our dreams because they are the children of our souls, the blueprints of our ultimate achievements. That said, dream again. Dream again. I did this here at the water because I wanted you to see what I do to fuel my dreams. One of the dreams that I have is to live by the water. So this is where I work out when I'm here. I can begin again with the passion of a child. My heart is caught a vision of a life that's still worthwhile. I can reach out again, far beyond what I have found, like a dreamer who's awakened to a life that's yet to come. For new beginnings are not just for the young. They're for you, too. Yes. My name is Yvette Goff. Yvette Wright Goff, actually. I use all 3 names. And I am a neuropositive life and business coach. I am an actress. I am a singer. I'm a motivator and I am a cheerleader. And I want you to know that your dreams are possible. Your dreams matter. They make you better. They do. They help you become well, better. When you achieve your dreams, when you chase your dreams, when you pursue your dreams, your brain appreciates it. Your body appreciates it. Again, my name's Yvette Goff, Yvette Wright Goff. And for more information, if you'd like to reach me, you can reach me at dreamsalivenow.com. dreamsalivenow.com. Remember, your dreams matter, and you can do it. You can achieve them.